Good morning, everyone out there in the law of self-defense community. Welcome to the Law of Self-Defense Show. Another full day of Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial. Second day of the trial. This is our morning live stream. I am, of course, Attorney Andrew Branca for the Law of Self-Defense. Thank you so much. I'm getting a weird echo. All right, I've got to find out where this is coming from. I have to find out where my echo is coming from. Let's see. Let's, oh, good heavens. That's good. That's good. Why? Why? Okay. Nope. Oh, for Pete's sakes. What a start to the show. Get rid of that. Good heavens. Okay. Another beep there. This is why I start the show early, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 1, 2. See, if I was on one of the big panels, maybe I wouldn't have this problem. I really can't find where it's coming from. All right, well, I'm just going to have to start shutting stuff down. Just going to start shutting down a bunch of windows. Okay. All that's left is StreamYard. And I'm not hearing an echo. And now I'll start to open up all the other stuff that I need for this show. So last night, yesterday, of course, we did two shows, one in the morning, one in the afternoon for the morning and afternoon sessions of court before and after the lunch break. And then in the evening, I did a end of day summary for about an hour. I'm going to try to do that every day. That's our goal. And I'm not going to lie, makes for a pretty long day, but we've gotten great feedback on it. People appreciate it. Most people, of course, can't watch every minute of the trial like we can here, like I do here. So, all right, good. Yeah, I did see a lot of comments. I only mentioned in passing yesterday that Alec Baldwin's presentation demeanor in the courtroom is not great. He seems to be making some weird faces. Lots of scribbling on his notepad, which is fine, but sometimes just slouching, like he's disgusted that he even has to be there, which is not a very good look. It's not what I would recommend to my client. All right. So now I have to find all my images. Let's start with this. Let's start with this. So this is day 2 of the trial. Part 1, the morning session. Yesterday, I did catch one funny Baldwin scene. See if I can find it real quick. This is why I normally try to. Let's see. I guess it was in the morning. Baldwin was sitting with his head in his hand. Which was not a great look. One last try. Maybe I didn't move it out of the screenshot folder. Anyway, it was not a great day for Baldwin. He's got a problem. His problem is that the law and the facts are not on his side, which makes things very difficult for his legal defense. Unfortunately for him, and the legal cliche is when the facts are on your side, you pound the facts, and when the law is on your side, you pound the law, and when neither is on your side, you pound the table. And there's a lot of table pounding going on here. There it is. Where is that? Okay, I found it. So I think in some respects, this image correctly captures the Baldwin experience yesterday. Let me move it here so I don't lose it again. Here we go. That. That image. So the state wants to talk about anything except what actually happened in this trial and what the actual material elements of the criminal charge are. And I see this a lot in the comments too. The people who are arguing that Baldwin should not be in this legal peril for criminal charges, they are they're not making legal arguments. They're not saying, well, that's not what the rule requires. That's not what the law requires, that this is involuntary manslaughter. They're saying the law should be different. We don't like the law. We wish there was a different law. We wish there was a different law for the movie industry, for poor Alec Baldwin. We wish there was a manslaughter law for real life and a manslaughter law for the movies. And I think the defense really created a vulnerability for themselves when they spent so much time in their opening talking about, ladies and gentlemen, movies are make-believe. We do stuff in movies all the time that would be lethal in real life, but nobody dies because movies are make-believe. I think it would be pretty smart for the state to come back in their closing argument and saying, you heard the defense say movies are make-believe. Is Halyna Hutchins make-believe dead? Or is she really dead? Is her husband without a wife in make-believe land? Or does he have to live with that every day? Is her child without a mother only in fantasy world? Or is he never going to have his mother again in the real world? This guy's misconduct had real world consequences. It's not just make-believe. That's why movie sets have these safety rules when handling real guns. And that's why society has laws against reckless conduct that results in someone's death. Would be nice to hear something like that in the closing. I imagine Carrie Morrissey will do the closing because or Linda Johnson, the other prosecutor, did the opening statement. So these are the prosecutors. Carrie Morrissey on the left, or Linda Johnson on the right. Carrie Morrissey is a career defense attorney. She just got appointed as special prosecutor for these Baldwin trials. She led the prosecution in the Halyna Hutchins trial, of course, secured a conviction there. She negotiated the plea agreement with David Halls, the first assistant director. Halyna Hutchins, of course, was the armorer who allowed ammo to get into the gun. David Halls was the first assistant director in the church who inadequately inspected the gun, didn't catch that there was a live round in there, called it a cold gun, handed it to Alec Baldwin. He took a misdemeanor plea deal. The same plea deal was offered to Halyna Hutchins. She declined to take it. The same plea deal was offered to Alec Baldwin, and then withdrawn when he went on a media tour and started giving interviews saying he did nothing wrong. I mean, if you're being offered a plea deal, it's because you're going to plead to doing something wrong. So he blew the opportunity to accept that plea deal, which would, like David Halls, would have been a misdemeanor, home arrest, maybe, no time in prison, no felony. But he blew that opportunity. I do see sometimes Carrie Morrissey, a very, very smart, dangerous lawyer, dangerous, vicious, a knife in each hand. But she is a career defense attorney, and I do see her sometimes slip up with shifting from the defense mindset to the prosecution mindset. And the Baldwin defense has really taken advantage of her at times. Not anymore. She's learned her lesson. But early on in their interactions, she would give them, as a defense attorney, she would give them the benefit of the doubt when they made a request of her, that they were acting in good faith, and they weren't. So she's all over them. There's no love lost between Carrie Morrissey and the Baldwin defense team, for sure. Then there's Linda Johnson. She was added relatively recently, the last month or two, to the case. She's a career prosecutor. Again, very smart, methodical, capable, disciplined lawyer, doing a great job. Both these attorneys are doing a great job. Very, very dangerous. I did feel Carrie Morrissey sometimes let the Baldwin defense get under her skin in the pretrial hearings, get her kind of flustered. That's not happening in trial. Revenge is best served cold. Revenge is a dish best served cold. That's Carrie Morrissey. She's in it to win it, for sure. So throughout the day, if you're a law self-defense member, of course, and you're watching this in the member stream and you are putting comments and questions in the member chat, I'll do my best to answer them. I apologize if I miss stuff, but there's a ton. I'm spinning a lot of plates, but I'll do my very best. If you pose a question or comment and I haven't answered it, like by the next break in the proceedings, feel free to put it in the chat again. I may not have ignored it deliberately. I may have just missed it. If you're on YouTube watching this, let me make sure this is streaming on YouTube. It is. I'll answer your questions and comments, but they need to be a $10 minimum super chat. And if you're on Rumble, I'm going to try to read Rumble rants. I've never done it before, and I didn't see any yesterday. But of course, the process for looking at Rumble rants is different than YouTube super chats. I'll try to figure it out. So if you do a Rumble rant, like YouTube, it'll need to be a $10 minimum. I don't recommend you do those super chats or Rumble rants. I think it's silly to pay $10 a question when you could instead be a law self-defense member for less than $10 a month and get all your questions and comments answered for free. Indeed, you can become a member for 99 cents for 2 weeks, 2-week trial membership. And that'll cover this whole trial easily, all the way through the verdict, I expect. 99 cents at lawselfdefense.com/trial. You'll be emailed instructions for how to join us in the member chat, in the member live stream, and get all your questions and comments answered for free at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. And after the trial membership, it's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to be a law self-defense member. That's what I recommend that you do. Let's see, what else do I have? I do have more. This is why I don't like having to close. How are we doing for people? People are filtering in. We don't really have a sponsor for today's stuff, for today's content, but we are doing something very special. On Sunday, we're doing a trial recap and much more on Sunday. So I'll do a review of the trial to date, the key events, arguments, missteps that have happened over the course of the start of the trial. I think I will also, so I see that the parties have filed their desired jury instructions. So the state, of course, it looks like they just filed the standard New Mexico jury instructions. The defense has like 71 pages. That's their motion for jury instructions. So I haven't had a chance to read them yet. I'll probably read them, if not before, then on Saturday, and discuss them on the trial recap, because the jury instructions ultimately decide everything, right? Those are the instructions to the jury on how to apply the law to the facts of the cases the jury believes those facts to have been proven or disproven. And straight up standard New Mexico jury instructions, Alec Baldwin screwed on the law and facts. Now, if the defense can sneak in some weird variation of the jury instructions, like they like to argue that Alec Baldwin can't possibly be guilty of involuntary manslaughter unless he knew for a fact, subjectively knew there was a live round in the gun. That's not the law in New Mexico. That's ridiculous. But but I think that's the kind of thing the defense is going to try to sneak in the jury instructions. So we'll do a recap. I'll cover the jury instructions and what's going on there. And very exciting, my good buddy Adam Baldwin, not Alec, Adam Baldwin, definitely not a defendant in this trial. Adam is, of course, a Hollywood actor, been in many movies. Started with, I think his first film ever was My Bodyguard, was in Wyatt Earp, was in Independence Day, was in Full Metal Jacket. Of course, he was in the TV show Firefly, and the associated movie Serenity, Chuck, The Last Ship. And not only is he a great actor, fun to watch, very entertaining, with many decades of experience handling guns on Hollywood movie and TV sets. So that's the expertise he'll be sharing with us. He's just a great, funny guy. Nice guy to hang out with. Known him many years. He's been a very, very good friend to me. So he's going to join us on Sunday. I'm not sure for how long, but sometime around the middle of the recap, Adam will be jumping in. That'll be great fun. And then we're going to be giving away at least one prize worth more than $10,000, and maybe more. There may just be one big winner. I don't think we've decided yet. It'll be $10,000 of our educational content, our platinum memberships, a bonus surprise, a banger of a surprise. Can I put it that way? I'm not sure what YouTube allows me to talk about these days. And I definitely don't want to get suspended in the middle of this trial. We'll attend more than $10,000 worth of value. We'll be giving away on Sunday. But this Sunday show, this trial recap, will not be streamed on social media. Won't be on YouTube, won't be on X, won't be on Rumble. It won't even be streamed to the Law Self-Defense members, because we're doing it as a webinar. It's still free. It's 100% free. There's zero charge to participate in this Sunday trial recap. But you do, because it's a webinar, you do have to register and grab a seat so we can email you the login credentials that you need. And there's only 500 seats, folks. And they're going fast. I mean, there's 1,000 people watching right now. So I would encourage you, if you want to join us for that Sunday afternoon, 5 p.m. Eastern time, 2 p.m. Pacific time, trial recap with our buddy Adam Baldwin and a $10,000 prize giveaway. I would encourage you to grab your seat now at trial recap. So that's lawofselfdefense.com/trial recap, or scan that QR code on the screen there. That'll bring you to this page, and you just need to click that big blue button to reserve your seat. It's free, 100% free. Doesn't cost anything. But because we're doing it as a webinar, you do need to register and secure a seat, so you'll be able to log in. All right. So 8:20, I believe the jury was told to show up at, let's see. At 8:30. So let's see. I think yesterday I was streaming Reuters. Here's Reuters. I think they were restreaming the long crime. So there's Reuters. Right now they have cameras outside the courtroom. I did notice, by the way, that Hilaria, what a name. Anyone know if that's even her legal name? Is it a fake name, like her accent, like her background? Um, let's see. I want that. I want that. Um, she did not have her baby yesterday. She did not have her baby in arms as she exited the courtroom, which was interesting. The day of jury selection, the day before yesterday, she walked into the courtroom with her baby in arms, accompanied by what I assume was their nanny. And I thought to myself, what the heck is going on here? I can't believe the judge is going to allow a baby into the courtroom. And maybe they just decided not to bring the baby in after all, or maybe the judge said that's not happening. This judge would be likely to say that's not happening. But it would have been an emotional play. Partly, I expect, because of the makeup of the jury. So the jury pool, the selected jury, the seated jury, is 11 women and 5 men. And that means, of course, that's 16, right? Only 12 will be deliberating. But we don't yet know which 4 are the alternates. Nobody knows. They won't be selected until after closing argument, presumably by random lot. So we don't know what the final makeup of the jury will be that goes into deliberations. We don't know yet. So it's possible it could be 7 women and all 5 men make the final cut, so to speak. Or so almost an equal balance of genders. Or it could be all 11 women and 1 guy on the final jury. And I know it shouldn't matter. I'm going to get the misogynist labels, but women and men see the world in different ways, generally speaking. In my limited life experience, women tend to view the world, problems in the world, dynamics in the world through a more emotional lens than men do. Men tend to be more rational. I'm speaking in generalities, right? If you don't understand what generalities mean, this is probably the wrong show for you. And I think it makes a difference that there's the seated jury is made up of such a large, 2-to-1 ratio of women to men. I think it changes how the lawyers might shape their arguments. Now, the prosecution's basically been told they're not allowed to use Halyna Hutchins' excellent character as a emotional lever with the jury. They're not allowed. This was an in limine ruling before the trial started. They're not allowed to talk about how Halyna was a great person and everyone loved her and she escaped the Ukraine only to be killed by Alec Baldwin's gun in freedom-loving America, where she was having great success as exercising her brilliant talents as a cinematographer, leaving behind a heartbroken husband and child. The state's been told they're not allowed to talk about that. So their emotional appeal's largely been taken off the table. I guess unless somehow the door's open to that. But when I saw the baby coming into the courtroom, Hilaria carrying her baby, I thought, uh-oh. maybe this is the defense emotional play, right? It's also the case that no one is allowed to talk about what the sentence might be here. Now, the sentence is only 18 months maximum. It's crazy. New Mexico, involuntary manslaughter, maximum of 18 months. Most states, involuntary manslaughter with a gun would be more like 10 years. But only 18 months in New Mexico. And it's normal for the jury not to know about what the sentence might be. In most states, the jury has no role in sentencing. There are a few states in which they do, but not in New Mexico and not in most states. They're only involved, the jury's only involved in the guilt phase, guilty or not guilty phase. The sentencing phase is entirely within the discretion of the judge, within the statutory guidelines of what she's allowed to do. And because the jury doesn't know what the sentence might be, they might be thinking, that it's a typical involuntary manslaughter sentence, like 10 years. And they see the baby in the courtroom and like, oh, look at the pretty little baby, cute little baby, going to be without a father for 10 years. We can't convict him. We can't convict Alec Baldwin. Take him out of that baby's life for 10 years. But if it's only 18 months, they might be like, well, he did kill someone. It's like one Christmas. It'll be fine. So that's another interesting dynamic. All right, let me take a look at the member chat. Seems to be working just fine. Let me make sure I'm ready to look at super chats. I did look to check Rumble Rants yesterday. I assume I can scroll up and down the comments, and a Rumble Rant would be like color coded in some way, like YouTube does. And I didn't see anything like that. So if anybody did a Rumble Rant yesterday, I just didn't see it. If you have guidance on that for me, I mean, I'm not trying to skip anybody. I would prefer to to catch the Rumble Rants if I can. And we have our first super chat. Richard, already. Thank you so much. $10 super chat. Writes, so thrilled to have my ticket for the seminar with guest Adam Baldwin on Sunday. Can't wait to hear his opinion on set safety. He has definitely strongly held opinions on set safety. You can imagine that really anybody who's spent decades on Hollywood and TV handling guns wants to make sure they go home with the same number of holes that they showed up with in the morning, right? Nothing extra. So what has the defense been saying? They've been saying, well, let me show the parties here first of all. So here is the judge Mary Marlowe Summer. She was the judge for the Hannah Gutierrez trial, and I think she's been great. And there's a lot of resting bee face, no question about that. Someone sent me a funny image of her. Let me see if I saved it. Not that one. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. There's a lot of resting bee face going on with this judge. She takes no nonsense in her courtroom. And her facial expressions are generally pretty dour. There's not a lot of smiling going on with this judge. Here's an example of one of her expressions from yesterday. I can share with all of you in case you didn't see it yesterday. I think someone objected. One of the lawyers made an objection, and she's like, "What? You're objecting to what?" But I really like her as a judge. She's very much in control of her courtroom. I think she's been making very solid rulings. Nothing crazy. She's not like some of these judges that just likes to start telling stories to the jury about their past. She has not apparently suffered a traumatic brain injury in recent weeks. She's been doing a great job. Now things can change on a dime sometimes with these judges, but so far she's been great. I already talked about the prosecutors, Carrie Morrissey and Erlinda Johnson, and then we have the defense team. Two of them from Quinn Emanuel, a top 50 law firm in the world. Both these guys are partners, Luke Nikas, Alex Spiro, out of Manhattan. So they're not licensed to practice law in New Mexico, but they're representing Alec Baldwin pro hac vici, meaning with the permission of the court. And they have a local counsel, which is what's required to do pro hac vici. You need a local lawyer to kind of be your anchor there. That's Heather LeBlanc. She's a local New Mexico attorney. Seems like a very solid attorney, very capable, has a great reputation. I think she was the public defender's office like manager of felony cases. So, fairly the kind of position you'd give to someone who really knows what's going on. She hasn't done much in the trial so far. She did argue a little bit in some of the pretrial motions, the oral argument in court. She is present at counsel table, but she's not said a word. In fact, no one said a word from the defense so far, except for Alex Spiro. Luke Nikas, also at defense table, hasn't said anything yet. Alex Spiro, the guy in the middle here, did the opening statement for the defense and has done cross-examination of every state witness so far. So it's been the it's been the Alex Spiro defense trial so far. And we had 3.5 witnesses yesterday. One of them was only a few minutes long, but we had Nicholas LaFleur. He was the very young guy, first cop on the scene. I think he'd been a cop for 2 years when all this happened. And the value he brought to first state witness. These are all state witnesses so far. The first state witness is, by the way, these two New York lawyers, Alex Spiro and Luke Nikas. They often come across as complete New York a-holes. as a guy born and raised in New York, I recognize the brand. But these are very sharp lawyers. These are very smart guys. First of all, you don't get to be a partner at Quinn Emanuel unless you're top shelf in terms of legal cognitive ability. They do make a lot of kind of facially ridiculous arguments, but that's because that's what their client left for them. Alec Baldwin stupidly took away many of his best defenses here. And any lawyer is always stuck with the facts that their client gives them. They don't have a time machine. They can't go back and change what Alec Baldwin did or what he said. So within that constraint, I think they're doing as good a job as can be expected, which ends up not being a great job because they don't have great building materials to work with. That's just the nature of the beast. And there are a lot of other lawyers from Quinn Emanuel involved in this case. They're not all from Manhattan. Some of them, Quinn Emanuel has offices everywhere. I'm sure it's thousands of lawyers in the firm, but they haven't appeared much. That doesn't mean they don't matter. They're doing lots of research, filing lots of motions, I would expect, in the background. Although I think this judge has pretty much told them, stop the motions. We're not doing those anymore, which is very reasonable, rational approach by the judge. Adjust my camera a little bit there. I thought the Spiro opening was pretty weak, even taking into consideration that they don't have much to work with. It still could have been better. It wasn't very tight. It wasn't very compelling. Sometimes he seemed to be reading, which is not good. But he is now both those guys, I'll pull it back up again. Both these guys, Luke Nikas and Alex Spiro, they're not criminal defense attorneys. They're both civil litigators. I think Luke Nikas was a prosecutor for a couple of years early in his career, but what they get paid for at Quinn Emanuel, where they make their bones, is civil litigation. A lot of money in civil litigation. And like I mentioned, Kerry Morrissey sometimes seems to have trouble shifting mental gears from career defense attorney to career to this prosecutor mindset. I think these guys often, similarly, they kind of default to a civil litigation mindset. And of course, law is law. Legal reasoning is legal reasoning. But there are many legal doctrines and principles and matters of due process that exist in civil context and not in the criminal context, and vice versa. And I've seen them trip up there as well. We had a full day of mostly in limine motions, the day before jury selection in this trial, like 22 motions we went through. I did a show summarizing all that. And I thought the judge was very even-handed. So some of them, quote unquote, favored the defense and some favored the state. I don't think any of them favored anybody in a biased way. I think the judge just said, well, this is how the law answers that question, answers that motion. Did a very, very good job. The defense needs the jury to focus on something other than the actual elements of the charge here. They want the jury to focus on things like, well, it's the bullet that matters. Where did the bullet come from? And how did it get in the gun? And they want the jury to be focused on that because obviously Alec Baldwin has nothing to do with where the bullet came from or how it got in the gun. So if the jury believes that's the key issue, then Alec Baldwin's in the clear. The trouble, of course, is that's not the key issue. Not in the criminal charge. Here's the grand jury indictment. Here are the criminal charges. Alec Baldwin's charged with 2 alternative theories of involuntary manslaughter. One of them is that he handled the gun in a criminally negligent way. That's a separate New Mexico crime, a misdemeanor, negligent handling of a firearm. And he's charged in one alternative with involuntary manslaughter, causing the death of another while committing an unlawful offense, the misdemeanor of negligent handling of a firearm. So the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was negligently handling a firearm. Normally, that's just a misdemeanor, but if someone dies as a result, it becomes the felony of involuntary manslaughter, predicated on the underlying misdemeanor offense. Now, if it was an underlying felony offense, of course, we'd be looking at felony murder, but that's not the case here. The other alternative theory to involuntary manslaughter doesn't require proof of an underlying independent criminal offense. It just requires that he caused the death of another while handling the gun without due care and circumspection, recklessly handling a gun. None of those have anything to do with how the bullet got in the gun or where the bullet came from, because the factual premise for Alec Baldwin's recklessness is his own conduct. That it looks like Stephen Baldwin coming to the court. He just gets like an Uber. How funny. That looked like an Uber he came in. His brother, who I don't think he gets along with very well. Alec Baldwin's coming in like a big presidential black SUV. Him and Hilaria. So none of this has anything to do with, in fact, New Mexico law is quite explicit that the New Mexico Supreme Court has said that they don't care. They don't care where the bullet came from. Let me pull that up. I've got another case. When they're looking at a case of claimed involuntary manslaughter premised on the unsafe handling of a gun. Because people always say, what's the universal excuse when the gun unexpectedly makes a loud noise? People say, well, I didn't know it was loaded. In fact, someone sent me a clip to the Andrew sisters. Hold on a second, folks. I'm going to... I don't know. I don't think I can do this, actually, without... Let me see. I better not play it. I guess I'll play it on Sunday during the webinar. I better not play it on YouTube because it might be a copyright violation. Anyway, the Andrew sisters. If you Google the Andrew sisters, I didn't know the gun was loaded. They have a song from like, I don't know. When were they around? The 50s? About the song's about a woman who's got a gun and keeps shooting people and keeps saying, well, I didn't know the gun was loaded. Everybody says, I didn't know the gun was loaded. It's universal. So is that a valid legal defense? Well, let's take a look at what the New Mexico Supreme Court has had to say about that. Here's a case of State v. Gilliam. And the New Mexico Supreme Court says, it could have made no difference to the trial of a charge of involuntary manslaughter as to who loaded the gun. They don't care where the bullet came from or who put it in the gun. All that is necessary to establish for involuntary manslaughter by the use of a loaded firearm is that a defendant had in his hands a gun which at some time had been loaded, and that he handled it without due caution and circumspection, and that death resulted. It doesn't matter where the bullet came from, folks. But that's what the defense wants the jury to mistakenly believe. Because if they believe the problem's the bullet, well, Baldwin's got no tie to the bullet. So that would clear him. I see people in the comments saying they signed up for the webinar, haven't gotten an email confirmation yet. You should have gotten it immediately. So if you haven't, I would encourage you to contact... Somebody said they found it in their junk folder or trash folder or something. So you might look there first. But if you look in all the appropriate places and you don't have your confirmation, then I would contact support@lawofselfdefense.com and let them know, and they can help you out. So the defense is talking about how, hey, this is a movie set, it's make believe. People do stuff on movie sets all the time that would kill people in real life and nobody dies. I don't think that's a very compelling argument because, well, somebody died. Halyna Hutchins actually died. She didn't die in make-believe world. She died in real world. They want to talk about the real issue is the bullet, where'd the bullet come from, how to get in the gun. And by the way, and why was it missed? And those people have been held accountable, right? This should all be over. Why are we even here? Right? And Hannah Gutierrez was found criminally liable, guilty of involuntary manslaughter. That explains how the bullet got on the set. First assistant director David Halls took a plea deal for having failed to detect the live round in the gun before he handed it to Adam Baldwin. So if all that matters is the bullet, well, we're done. We're done. Everyone involved with the bullet's been held accountable. They talk about the police investigation being, sloppy, incompetent, defective, and there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, the cops here were not very experienced. Certainly not. Some of them were not experienced. I mean, like 2 years on the force. The first cop who responded, LaFleur, for example, but none of them had been involved in a movie set shooting, and certainly none of them had responded to a scene where there were like 200 people, any of whom could have been involved. So it was very chaotic, a very small department. There are like 7 deputies available in the whole county, and a lot of them in other parts of the county. New Mexico County, Santa Fe County. It's huge. It's huge. So it took a while to get any number of cops there. Meanwhile, witnesses were talking to each other. Shouldn't have that. People were on their phones. Shouldn't have that. Evidence was collected, with bare hands, no gloves. Shouldn't have that. But none of it matters because none of it actually goes to material facts in the case. For example, the gun was picked up without gloves. All right, fair enough. So what? What difference does it make whose fingerprints or DNA might be on the gun? It is indisputed that the gun was in Alec Baldwin's hand when it discharged and killed Halyna Hutchins. In fact, all the material facts are undisputed. What's the factual premise for the claim of reckless conduct? That Alec Baldwin knew he had a real gun in his hand, not an inert prop. He knew he was holding a real gun. He told detectives that afternoon after the shooting. I know it's a real gun. I know real guns are dangerous. But don't worry, I'm super safe with guns. So the factual premise is he knew he was holding a real gun, capable of firing a bullet. He pointed that gun directly at Halyna Hutchins. We know that's indisputable because the bullet struck her. It didn't ricochet off something. He cocked the hammer. We know that because he says he cocked the hammer. He pressed the trigger, and we know that. The only evidence that he didn't press the trigger is his self-serving statement. All the other evidence, which, by the way, he didn't say that from the start. That he just kind of made that up later, it would appear. 100% of the other evidence in this case is that the gun was functioning perfectly normally for years, handled by many people, including in the days preceding being repeatedly handled by Alec Baldwin. It's never demonstrably malfunctioned in any way. The only way for that hammer to fall from a fully cocked hammer is with the trigger being pulled. If you believe those facts, this is involuntary manslaughter. There's no way around it. Certainly, I think everyone would agree that if Alec Baldwin, say his child, one of his children, was acting in this movie, as they could have been, right? Because he was a producer, he could have said, hey, I want my kid to have a role. If the script had called for him to point that gun at his child and cock the hammer and press the trigger, you don't think he would have made sure there wasn't a live round in the gun? He personally, you think he would have taken someone else's word for it? If the script had called for him to press that muzzle against the side of his head and cock the hammer and press the trigger, you don't think he would have personally made sure there was no live ammo in that gun? That's the lack of due caution and circumspection. There were simple steps he could have taken to prevent this tragic death, and he just didn't do it. That's the utter disregard for human life. He didn't do it even though he knew he was holding a real gun that could fire real bullets, and he was pointing it at a real person and cocking the hammer and pressing the trigger. Now, there's no rule necessarily that says, he has to check the gun. But that's not what the law requires. He's not charged with involuntary manslaughter because he didn't check the gun. He's charged with involuntary manslaughter because in the overall fact scenario, he didn't take due caution and circumspection. Due caution and circumspection inspection is whatever is required for you to do for due caution and circumspection. It depends on the particular facts of the case. If we were talking about a vehicular accident, it would be facts having to do with using due caution and circumspection when handling a car. Here it's when handling a gun. The analogy here, I've said many times, okay, we got the court seal is up. Let me fix this. This judge is, well, it's only quarter of. This judge is extremely timely. When timing is within her control, like when the court's coming into session, it's been by the minute so far, which is great. Unfortunately, a lot of times it's not within her control in the sense that the parties have influence over, like how long witnesses are questioned. That can be too bad. Why does it do that? That's full screen, right? Okay. So the classic analogy here in terms of recklessness. So, of course, if he knew there was a round in the gun, he intentionally shot her, that would just be murder, right? On the other hand, and that would be life in prison without possibility of early release, potentially. On the other hand, this could have been a zero legal liability event. It could have been a genuine accident. That's the other thing the defense likes to talk about. This was an accident. This was an accident. Well, we use the word accident colloquially often just to mean, well, I didn't intend for it to happen. But that's not what accident means in a legal context. Accident's a legal term of art. There's actually a legal defense of accident, like there's a legal defense of self-defense. But the legal defense of accident requires that you had no fault in the bad outcome. So if the set had collapsed onto Alec Baldwin, and that's what made the gun discharge, that could be characterized as a genuine accident. He contributed no fault to the gun going off. That's a completely unforeseeable event. And if it's a legal accident, there is no criminal liability, no civil liability, no criminal liability, no legal liability, period. So those are the two extremes. A genuine accident in the technical legal sense, you contributed no fault, completely, literally unforeseeable to you. On one end, the low end, so no legal liability, intentionally shooting someone with a bullet, just murder, right? Unless you can justify it or excuse it. Then we have you were creating an unjustified risk to others, but you were not consciously aware of the risk. You should have been aware. A reasonable and prudent person would have been aware of the risk that was created, but you were not aware for whatever reason. That's negligence. And that's only sufficient for civil liability. You don't go to jail over negligence. Recklessness, or sometimes called criminal negligence, recklessness occurs when you did know, or you could not have not known of the risk you were creating, and you deliberately ignored that risk, and then you have the bad outcome. A classic example of recklessness is and recklessness, by the way, does not require any intent of the outcome. In fact, your intent may be the opposite of the outcome. A classic example is someone who goes to a bar, gets drunk, drives home, gets behind the wheel drunk. They're not intending to run anyone over. They don't want to kill anybody with their car. They want the opposite of that. They want to get home without hurting anybody, right? And just go to sleep. But we all know that if you get drunk, you get behind the wheel, you're driving on public roadways, you're creating an unjustified risk of death to others. And then if you end up running over Granny in the crosswalk on the way home, that's vehicular homicide. That's reckless involuntary manslaughter. Now, is it necessary that you knew for a fact that Granny was going to be in that crosswalk? Of course not. Does it need to be likely? You're driving home at 3 a.m. from the bar. What are the chances Granny's in the crosswalk? Pretty low, right? But if it happens, it's still reckless involuntary manslaughter. So the probability does not need to be high. It doesn't need to be likely. It needs to be foreseeable. Or it needs to be substantial. We often use the word substantial to mean like a lot or likely. So that's not what substantial means in a legal context. Substantial means there's substance to it. It's not speculative. It's not imaginary. You can reason that this is a possibility. So when the defense likes to argue that, well, it was there wasn't supposed to be live ammo on the set, so there was no way for Alec Baldwin to know that this was even a risk. No, it's unlikely there's live ammo on the set, but we know that everyone's aware that the gun is nevertheless dangerous. We know this because the industry has gun safety guidelines that include things like, let's see, like this. Refrain from pointing a firearm at anyone. Any object at which you point a firearm could be destroyed. Never place your finger on the trigger until you're ready to shoot. The industry is concerned about the possibility that a live round could end up in a gun. There's multiple layers of safety, just like there's multiple rules of gun safety. You presume the gun's always loaded until you determine otherwise. You don't take someone else's word for it. You don't put your finger on the trigger unless you want the gun to make a loud noise. You never point the gun at anything you're not willing to kill or destroy. And know your target and what's beyond your target. And those rules are redundant. If you only break one, you don't get a bad outcome. It's like slices of Swiss cheese where the holes don't line up. So you might slip through one hole. You might violate one safety rule, but because that hole's not lined up with the hole in the next layer, you stop there. You don't end up with the bad outcome. To get the bad outcome, you have to violate multiple safety rules. And Alec Baldwin violated all of them. He did not determine the gun was not loaded. He did point it at another human being. He did put his finger on the trigger. All right. Looks like we have, there's Alec in the courtroom. Let's see. Yeah, I see someone mention Nate the lawyer arguing that Alec was relying on the expertise of others. It doesn't matter. You can do that if you want to. But then if it goes sideways, you're responsible. No one else pointed that gun at Halyna Hutchins. No one else cocked a hammer. No one else pulled the trigger. Alec did that. Other people did other things wrong, and they've been held legally accountable for that. That doesn't relieve Alec. It's quite possible for lots of people to have contributed to the death of Halyna Hutchins on slightly different facts, right? Hannah Gutierrez failed to keep live rounds off the set. That's her factual foundation of recklessness. David Hall failed to adequately inspect the gun before he handed it to Alec Baldwin. That's his recklessness. He's responsible for that. None of that has anything to do with Alec Baldwin pointing the gun. He chose to point the gun. The gun was in his hand. Of all the people, the only person who ultimately could have prevented Halyna Hutchins' death is Alec Baldwin. Everybody else, Hannah Gutierrez could have loaded every chamber in that gun with a live round. And David Halls could have failed to detect any of them. And if Alec Baldwin had only not pointed the gun at Halyna Hutchins, or not cocked the hammer, or not pressed the trigger, or bothered to check for himself to see if there were live rounds in the gun, Halyna Hutchins would still be alive. So everybody else in this chain of causality could have screwed up 100% and should be held liable for that. But they could all have screwed up 1,000%. And Alec Baldwin was the only person on the face of the earth that ultimately, with that gun in his hand, could have prevented Halyna Hutchins from dying. And of course, those other people would say, they would say, well, you know, if Alec Baldwin was relying on us, on our expertise for safety, we were relying on his expertise for safety. It was unforeseeable to us that he would point the gun at another human being and cock the hammer and press the trigger, because you're not supposed to do that. And that's not just the crew's responsibility. That's the actor's responsibility. The actor. You are ultimately responsible for your own safety and the safety of your fellow cast members and crew. You are not supposed to point the gun at others. You are not supposed to place your finger on the trigger. So Hannah Gutierrez, David Hall's, their defense could very well be, well, all right, I screwed up, but no harm would have resulted but for Alec Baldwin's failure. Everybody's responsible for their own recklessness. Everybody. And I think what often happens in these scenarios, not that it excuses anybody, but with that Swiss cheese analogy, right, where the holes don't line up, you have these redundant layers of safety. I think what sometimes happens is people develop a habit of violating one of the rules all the time. Like they have a sloppy trigger finger. Their finger's often on the trigger. You can get away with that as long as you don't simultaneously violate another safety rule. As long as there's no live ammo in the gun, it doesn't matter how much you touch the trigger, right? You don't hear a loud noise. Nobody gets hurt. You don't have a bad outcome. Even if the gun's loaded and you discharge it, as long as you keep it in a safe direction, you don't have a bad outcome. So I think people can get away with violating like one safety rule their whole career, maybe for decades, and they never have a bad outcome. But then they hit a day where that second slice of Swiss cheese does line up. The holes do line up. You're touching the trigger. There is a live round on the gun. You do point it at another person and you kill him. That doesn't make it an accident. Those are all actions you're in control of. You're responsible for that. You know it's a real gun. I mean, frankly, the best defense Alec Baldwin could have had is if when he was interviewed by the police, he said, listen, I thought this was an inert prop, incapable of firing a weapon. I had no idea this was a real gun. Then arguably, he doesn't have a conscious awareness of the risk he's creating when he points it at Halyna Hutchins, when he cocks it, when he presses the trigger. That would have been a very good legal defense. That's one of the reasons I say his lawyers are stuck with what he gives them, and it's a pile of cow dung, because he said right in his police interrogation, I know this is a real gun. I know it's dangerous, but it's okay because I'm safe with guns because I have all this training and expertise. There is stuff the state talks about that I don't think is really important. I guess did Alex Spiro offend somebody again? Look at that placating gesture. Oh, there's Alexandra Hooters. Actually, look at this. So there's Carrie Morrissey on the left. Next over is Linda Johnson, both the prosecutors. Alex Spiro is the gentleman standing up. Heather LeBlanc is the local New Mexico attorney there with the dark hair. And I'm pleased to say Erlinda Johnson appears to own a hairbrush. she even did her hair for court today. And there is the infamous facial expression of our judge, our lovely Judge Summer. Look at her. That resting bee face. This is a third grade school teacher on the last day of school. She is ready for summer break. She is so done with this Baldwin stuff. All right. Little coffee for Andrew. I tell you, man, these are long days. I love them. This is the best. And thanks to all of you for being here. You make this fun. It would be for people who've been wondering, Nick Rekieta, people ask me because I've covered a lot of trials with him in the past. Nick's got a very busy time in his life. I spoke with him by phone a couple days ago. He knows he's welcome to come on the show. Nick's my friend. I don't have anything to say about his situation. I did that one little show, and I'll say it again. Nick's my friend. What I want is the best possible outcome for Nick and his family, whatever that might look like. I don't know. I don't know. I have no personal knowledge of any of these facts or claims or rumors or innuendo that's going on. I just know Nick's my friend, and I want as good an outcome for him and his family his kids as possible, whatever that looks like. And he's more than welcome to come on the show, and we can co-stream or whatever. And he's aware of that. Same with Joe Neerman. I spoke with Joe Neerman about coming on. I think Joe's streaming with a bunch of other people. There's some people have panels set up, and I've tried that in the past, and it just doesn't work for me. It's not my style. One other person, two other people, it's kind of workable. Once you get to 4, 5, 6, it begins to feel like there's a lot of noise, and nothing against the people doing panels. I hope that there's enough. I'm sure there's enough audience for everybody, everybody, to go around, and I hope everyone's enjoys great success covering this trial. Steve Gosney, Steve, many years, 10, 15 years, worked for the public defender's office out of the Daytona, Florida area. Now he has a new gig with the state prosecutor's office in Miami. And I think he doesn't have clarity yet on what, on like his social media permissions. So I think he's learning about that this week. But anytime Steve wants to come on, he's obviously welcome to do that. And everybody knows that. Oh, and we may hear from Adam Baldwin from time to time. Adam was in the chat. Well, he was in my messages yesterday. So, of course, Adam is going to be joining us on Sunday for our Sunday afternoon recap of the trial. I'll do a recap. I'll talk about the jury instructions to the extent there's something interesting to talk about there. The defense is going to need some weird jury instructions to have any hope for an acquittal here. I'm pretty sure they'll have suggested something outrageous in terms of jury instructions. They've already done that in the past. And then Adam Baldwin is going to join us for part of that Sunday recap. He's got obviously decades of experience handing guns on Hollywood movie and TV sets. So he'll share that expertise with us, and he's just a fun guy to hang out with. And then we're going to do a $10,000 giveaway, folks. $10,000 giveaway. If you go to this URL, Law of Self-Defense. But here's the thing. We're not streaming this on social media. So it's not going to be on YouTube. It's not going to be on X. It's not going to be on Rumble. It's not even going to be streamed as a member stream because we set it up as a webinar. We're going to be using Zoom as a webinar. It's 100% free. You don't have to pay anything, but you do have to register. There's a limited number of seats. And as part of this, we're giving away a $10,000 prize, $10,000 worth of law of self-defense educational content, platinum memberships, some real banger stuff, and to a lucky winner that afternoon. And so grab your seat. Once they're gone, they're gone. It's first come, first served. You can grab that at lawofselfdefense.com/trial recap, or scan that QR code. Scan that QR code on your screen and grab your seat. You do need to register. When you go to lawofselfdefense.com/trial recap, you'll go to this page here, and there's a big blue button there. Just click that button for your 100% free seat at the webinar, but you do need to grab your seat. Once they're gone, they're gone. So I see that whiteboard. It says things like Starline brass, silver primer. Again, the bullet's not really the basis of the liability here, except to the extent that Alec, if he'd used due caution and circumspection, part of due caution and circumspection is making sure that if you're going to point a gun at someone and cock the hammer and pull the trigger, that there's not a live round in the gun, right? Unless you're planning to shoot them. Okay, let's see. Still waiting. 9:04 local time here in New Mexico. Ben asked, Law of Self-Defense member, Ben asked, was there any indication during opening statements that they're going to put Hannah on the stand? Not during opening. I don't think I heard anything about it on opening, but they have. I know the state's planning to call her as a witness because they've made arrangements with the prison to transport her to the courthouse. And there have been discussions about, her lawyer. She still has Jason Bowles as her lawyer. I can't believe it. But her lawyer, Jason Bolton, he was her defense lawyer at trial. He was, in my opinion, awful. But he's been saying that anything you ask her, she's going to plead the fifth. Well, you're not really allowed to just plead the fifth to any question. You can only plead the fifth to questions that could incriminate you. the states offered immunity to her, or asked the court to approve immunity. The court's declined to do that. The court wants to take the questions, I guess, one at a time and see if Hannah pleads immunity, pleads the fifth. So I believe the state's expectation is they do intend to call. Now that could just be strategy, like they want the defense to think they're going to call her. You never really know for sure until she's in the witness stand. But my expectation would be they're going to call her. Another important thing to keep in mind that the judge has largely taken off the table any prosecution argument that Alec Baldwin should have criminal liability here because he was also a producer on the movie. That's an argument the state wanted to make. I think the defense appropriately argues, and I think, don't get me wrong, I think Alec Baldwin's guilty of involuntary manslaughter here, but I think the defense appropriately argues that he should not be found guilty of manslaughter because he was a producer. My view is if he's going to be found guilty of manslaughter, it should be for his conduct in handling that gun that killed Halyna Hutchins, not on some kind of vicarious liability theory that he's generally responsible for safety. I think that's a basis for civil liability, but not for criminal liability. So I think the judge, so that the state's going to be very limited in how much they can talk about his producer responsibilities. They did mention a little bit of it in the state's opening. I was surprised they went even that far. I would expect the court to rein them in unless the defense opens the door to evidence of producer status. That could happen. For example, if the defense brings in an OSHA report was done to this. This OSHA report came in the Halyna Hutchins trial, brought in by the defense. The defense asked the OSHA guys, well, isn't it true you didn't find my client liable for this? And the OSHA guy says, yeah, no, we didn't find her responsible. Well, they didn't find her responsible because OSHA never finds any individual responsible. OSHA's mandate is only to determine whether or not an employer has responsibility, not whether some individual has responsibility. So if the defense here were to bring that up, isn't it true that you didn't find our client Alec Baldwin responsible? Then that might open up the door to the state saying, yeah, but isn't it true you only find like the employer responsible? And wasn't he actually an employer as a producer on the set, and et cetera, et cetera. Let's see. Ryan asks, given the jury is largely comprised of women and that they may well think more emotionally about the case, do you suppose the fact that the victim was a woman changed the dynamics of the possible emotional lines? It could be. I think the emotion could go either way. It could favor the defense. It could favor the state. My point is that both sides have to be thinking in those emotional terms. All right. Everyone's standing up, which tells me that it is the jury's coming in. So let me clear this up, make myself a little smaller, and let's get ready for some Baldwin action. I don't know what happened to the male prosecutor from the Halyna Hutchins trial. I think he did a competent job. There was nothing wrong with him. It wasn't a great job, but fairly normal. So I don't think he did anything wrong in the Halyna Hutchins trial. They may have just not wanted too many prosecutors. And if they were going to have a second to Carrie Morrissey, they wanted to be someone with more experience and frankly polish, and maybe just a woman. So they picked Erlinda Johnson, who's great. Are we getting any audio? Oh, was that me?
Take more than a bathroom break or whatever, and you just need to be patient. We're trying to move the trial along. Okay, so thank you.
I'm going to bump
All right.
volume.
Before, and I'm sorry, I don't. This probably isn't the most appropriate time, but media in the war room or whatever we call it. One more cup, and everybody is not allowed to bring any liquids of any kind whatsoever. My staff is, and our county people are not going to be picking up trash that you all could pick up. Okay, and that also means downstairs in the jury assembly room. So one more cup, one more water. Let's just have some manners on picking up after ourselves, okay?
Sorry, Mom.
All right, I
Sorry.
had to bring that up right now.
This is a real pet peeve of hers. She's mentioned it several times.
Yes, she's still under oath. Is that okay, or do you want me to?
That's fine.
All right. This is Marissa Popple,
Yeah.
crime scene tech on cross-examination.
Good morning, Investigator Pop.
Good morning. All right, why don't we look at these now?
Oh, there's some notes.
Is this, are you keeping track?
Okay, that's a little awkward. By the way, folks, I do plan to be doing separate morning and afternoon shows. So I'll be going offline during the lunch break and then coming back with a new show. That's already scheduled in YouTube. And I'll schedule it on the other social media too. And then doing a separate live stream end of day. So around 8 p.m. Eastern time, kind of summarizing the day, just an hour-long show for people who can't. And this is Marissa Popple, who can't watch every minute of the trial like I'm doing. Marissa Popple is the fourth state witness number 4. Crime scene tech, mostly a photographer, did do a little evidence collection and did send stuff off to others. So she sent the gun off to the FBI for DNA and function analysis. And then later, of course, the destructive accidental discharge testing. And she did send a box of ammo, cardboard box of ammo to the FBI for latent fingerprint analysis. And she took a bunch of photos on the day of the shooting in the church, of the cart, of the prop truck that was inspected about a week later, and at the Seth Kenney PDQ props warehouse about a month after the shooting. And she was subject to direct examination by Carrie Morrissey yesterday afternoon. That's when the end of direct was the end of the day. And now we have cross-examination by the Alex Spiro show still. I wonder if poor Luke Nikas is going to get an opportunity. I imagine he will. That's funny. That's hilarious. Look at the hoop earrings. The Jenny from the Block hoop earrings. Is that part of the, is that a faux Spanish thing?
Okay, good morning again.
Good morning.
All right.
So we saw a lot of pictures yesterday and heard about some search warrants that were conducted that you were present for. And I'd like to sort of divide what we do this morning into sort of 2 categories, the firearm and the ammunition. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. As to the firearm, I think where you left off yesterday is ultimately that firearm was destroyed in the testing. Fair?
Not destroyed, but broken.
Yeah, the word broken, that I think I heard you use yesterday. It's fair to say that the firearm can't be put back in the original condition that it was in at the time of the incident. Is that fair?
I believe it could be put back together with replaced parts. But as far as, in my terms, destroyed meaning no longer in existence, it is not the case.
Right. No, of course. The gun and its broken parts still exist, right?
Yes.
But as being part of the investigation and entrusted with the evidence in this case, the gun will never be in exactly the same condition that it was in on October 21st. Fair?
Yes.
Then I want to talk to you now about the ammunition piece of this. And the investigation into the source of the lethal bullet in this case led you to executing a search warrant at Seth Kenney's prop house, right?
Yes.
And you knew that he had provided star-line brass, silver ammunition to the set, correct?
Yes.
What you were investigating at that time was whether it was star-line brass, silver, and only dummies, or if it was star-line brass, silver, and he also had live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
Yes.
And you did know that Seth Kenny kept live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
I believe at that time we were looking for live ammunition. Yes.
Right. But you were aware of whether you found the exact correct live ammunition that matched perfectly the live ammunition on the movie set. You did ultimately recover some live ammunition, and you had probable cause to get a search warrant, right?
Yes.
And did that concern you that at a prop house that's sending out ammunition for movie sets, that there was both live ammunition and dummy rounds?
Yes.
So I want to take a step back for a second.
So
when
what?
You go out to collect evidence on a day like October 21st, 2021. You bring with you your Nikon camera, right?
Yes.
You have gloves with you, right?
Yes.
And in a perfect world, you're trying to get to the evidence and the state of the evidence as quickly as possible. Fair?
Yes.
And so you did respond to this scene, and the first item that you collected that ended up broken was the prop gun, right?
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew that someone had touched it without gloves on, right?
Yes.
You knew that when somebody collected it, they didn't take a photo, right?
Yes.
But you did take that into evidence, and that was sort of the first item in this case that you were collecting and entrusted to keep vouchered and maintained for the course of this investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it was a critical piece of evidence. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so as you continue after that moment into the scene, you're looking for additional evidence. Fair?
Yes.
And physical evidence is critical evidence in an investigation, right?
Yes.
Because, witnesses and their memories can change. Witnesses can say one thing one day and another day, but physical evidence pretty much stays the same,
I'm
right?
just objecting to a compound question.
Physical evidence stays the same, right?
Yes.
And you logged all the evidence you collected in this case?
Yes.
And all the evidence collected by law enforcement in this case was ultimately logged by you.
Yes.
And by logging it, you also make it available for the defense so that we have visibility into what in fact you collected.
Yes.
And one way you figure out as you're going through a scene what evidence is relevant is you can talk to your fellow officers, right?
Yes.
You can talk to witnesses, right?
I do not. As part of I'm not an investigator, I'm a technician. So my concern is with the physical evidence. I don't do any of the interviews.
No, I know you don't do formal interviews, but in this case, you did talk to Seth Kenny, right? You're not forbidden to speak to somebody who's at a scene.
No, I do believe we had some casual conversations, yes.
Well, but there are times where a witness could say in your presence, hey, that glove is very important. And they would say it to you and Corporal Hancock, and you would
I
know.
object to the hypothetical.
Overruled.
As I was saying, you and Corporal Hancock could be at a scene, and somebody could say, hey, that glove was used. And you, as a technician, would say, okay, that witness is pointing out that glove, that could be important. I'm going to note that. And once I confer with Corporal Hancock, potentially take that into custody, to take an inventory.
Yes, that's something that could happen, yes.
And the other thing that you do is, and you talked about this a little bit on your direct, which is you can learn information and decide what to forensically test. Fair?
Yes.
So in this case, for example, Mr. Baldwin's clothes had red on them, and you tested it for blood, right?
Yes.
And it turned out it was movie set blood, right?
Yes.
Meaning it wasn't actually blood.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So as you continue through the scene, you get to the prop cart, and you find the shell casing. And I thought this was on just a moment ago.
All right, Joe, come on. We need to fix something.
Joe. Joe is the court technician. He was the court technician for the Hannah Gutierrez trial too.
You're doing what to reduction?
Yeah, this is that.
Well, the dark-haired guy. I don't remember the light-haired guy here. He is leading questions. These are leading questions, but it's cross-examination. You're allowed to ask leading questions on cross-examination. The witness is presumptively hostile because they were called by the other party.
Just in the way. It was up there. It was up there that you had a problem.
And I'm putting State's Exhibit 29.
I'm just a minute, Mr. Spiro. I'm wondering if you're trying to figure this out right now.
A lot of exhibits in this trial. What is 29? I actually have it from yesterday. See if I can pull it up quickly. Whoops. This is Exhibit 29. This is the cartridge that was found, the fired cartridge that was found on the cart with the dimple. This is presumably the star line. That's what the star line, that's what that means. Starline is a manufacturer of brass, kind of a high-end manufacturer of brass, actually. This is presumably the live round that fired the bullet that killed Halyna Hutchins. This is presumably the case of the live round.
Exhibit 29, and in a moment I'll show you Exhibit 28. And this is the shell casing that you recovered in this case that housed the lethal projectile, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you were able to then recover the actual bullet piece of the ammunition because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that it was at the hospital with Mr. Souza, right?
Yes.
And so you were then able to go to the hospital, and we heard from that officer, and collect the other piece of the ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And that's an example, right, of learning something from a witness and making a decision based on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as to the prop gun, because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that he just manipulated the hammer, you didn't test the trigger of the firearm, correct?
I'm sorry. You're asking if I myself tested the
Trigger, yeah.
I'm not qualified to do that, so it was not completed by myself.
Well, fair to say that because you learned that from Mr. Baldwin, it impacted the way that you evaluated the evidence. In this
I
case.
object to the form of question. Can we approach?
Yeah, this is kind of the smoke and mirrors. This attorney, he has a problem because the evidence is not in his client's favor. So he has a tendency to try to inject evidence. He needs words to come out in front of the jury that these witnesses will not say because they're not evidence. So he tends to structure his questions in such a way that he is testifying. That's not allowed.
You spoke to Mr. Baldwin at the scene, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And he informed you that he just manipulated the hammer and that impacted your future testimony, correct?
I don't recall what he exactly stated on the scene.
Okay. Well, let me just approach you for a moment.
Counsel, I'll need a copy.
We'll provide you a copy.
Here the defense is trying to suggest, well, he never touched the trigger, right? He told you he only touched the hammer. As if that's evidence of him not touching the trigger.
For that, why don't we approach?
All right, Cam asked to approach. So another thing here is this judge does not want any objections articulated in any way in front of the jury. So it's common for a judge to say no speaking objections. A speaking objection is when you object, you give the basis for the objection, relevance, hearsay, whatever, and then you give an explanation why you don't like it. That explanation can become testimony in front of the jury, can influence the jury. Very common for trial judges not to like that. They say, listen, object, give me the basis, objection, hearsay, period. That's it. and I'll rule. And if I need more information, I'll call you up to the bench. This judge has said, I don't even want the basis of the objection. I just want to hear the word objection, nothing else. And every time you'll come up to the bench and explain it to me, which is very time consuming. But the judge has implemented this policy because of the rancor between the parties here. It makes every objection very
Page in
cumbersome.
line, please.
Yep.
Just a reminder, folks, if you're on YouTube and you want to comment or question address, it needs to be a super chat, $10 super chat minimum. Otherwise, I just don't even see them. Same with Rumble.
Page in line, Council.
Yep.
Page in line, counsel.
Page 3, lines 9 through 11. And I'm showing the witness. Does this, and as you can see from up here,
Does this
is a
refresh your recollection?
lapel camera from 1021, a lapel recording from. And you see this answer here?
Yes, I see it.
And so, does that refresh your recollection that Mr. Baldwin told you that he cocked the gun?
I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. But you don't dispute that it happened?
No, I don't dispute it. I just don't recall it.
So did but when you made the request,
Objection, let's approach.
See, he's trying to testify. That's what's objectionable. Now, I agree. I think I don't like that the judge made this policy. I want to hear the objections. In fact, I want speaking objections because it gives me more insight into what's going on and more stuff to talk about. I want to hear this conversation for the record. So the record captures the basis for the objections. Objections need to be preserved for possible appeal purposes. I mean, mostly objections by the defense need to be preserved for appeal purposes in the event of a conviction. So this is unfortunate. I think the defense is struggling because what they want to do is not appropriate. And but they're stuck with what their client gave them. The client gave them a lot of bad facts. In a law context, that's very damaging for them. So they have a narrative that they want to share with the jury, but it's not supported by actual evidence. So somehow the way the trial is supposed to work is you ask questions, you get an answer. You ask questions of a witness, you get an answer. And those answers are the building blocks of evidence from which you build your story. But if the story you want to tell cannot be built on things that the witnesses will say or other evidence admissible in the trial, you've got a problem. You can't actually tell your story because the narrative you want to tell the jury, it can't be made up. It's supposed to be have a foundation of actual evidence. And what's the evidence? The evidence is what's said from the witness stand. So to the extent you know these witnesses are not going to say the things you need them to say, you need to say those words in the form of your questions. And Carrie Morrissey's well aware of this. Well aware of this. The judge is aware of it too. But Carrie Morrissey's well aware of this. And so every time she sees them trying this trick, she's not going to allow it. Or she's going to object. Look at her. You're a dick. You're not, you're not allowed to do this. You can't testify. You're not a witness. Take the witness stand. Go under oath. I'll be happy to question you. Yeah, I would encourage people not to pay the $10. Don't pay the $10. That's crazy. I think that's nuts. Become a law self-defense member instead. 99 cents for a 2-week trial membership. That'll get you through this whole Baldwin trial. And then you get all your questions and comments addressed for free. for 99 cents. Don't send YouTube $10. But some of you insist on sending YouTube $10. So if you don't want to spend 99 cents, the alternative is $10, folks. Either a YouTube super chat or a Rumble rant, $10, or become a member for 99 cents. You can cancel anytime you want. The judge is very firm, but she's not strict in the sense that she gives both parties rope to run with or to hang themselves with. I guess she gives them room to make their arguments. She's not quick to you see it. I mean, often the state objects, and they come back, and the defense just continues with what they were doing. So obviously, the objection was overruled.
To the spent shell casing for a moment. Was the spent
Oh,
shell
not that
casing
time, though.
collected from inside of the church or on the cart?
On the cart.
And another question is, do you know if Mr. Baldwin's fingerprints or DNA were on the trigger of the firearm?
I do not know those results off the top of my head.
Is there a better witness that may come in to tell the jury that?
Yes.
Okay. And, you were interacting, as we were left off, with Mr. Baldwin at the scene and spoke to him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after speaking to him, did you, in fact, test the hammer did you, in fact, request to test the hammer of the firearm for prints and DNA?
Same objection. That doesn't lay the foundation. It has to go to why she did what she did.
It's the first question, and then I'll ask why she did or didn't.
Overruled.
Did you, after speaking to Mr. Baldwin, did you then test the hammer of the gun for DNA or fingerprints, or request that it be done?
The request that was made was after a conversation with the lab, which essentially was asking them what assistance they could provide. I believe the request was made for latents and DNA. I don't recall the specifics of what on the item they were going to specifically test. I don't know their requirements or standards when they receive a firearm. Most labs would do the testing on the entirety of the gun, but they might break it down further and do just the trigger, just the hammer, just the rough areas. I'm not certain. That's a question for their lab.
Right, but I'm just asking you, Investigator Papa, when you made the request, did you specify, given what we've learned now, we really want you to check the hammer specifically? Did you make that request?
I don't recall specifically requesting that.
And when you got to the prop cart, you could not tell from looking at it whether or not anybody had altered or moved any of the evidence, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody did, that would be a pretty serious problem in a case like this, wouldn't it?
It would be a problem in any case, yes.
Did you ever interview or review any interviews of Sarah Zachary?
No.
But one thing that you did know at this time for certain is that you were looking for Starline brass silver .45 ammunition, correct?
At that time, no, we did not know that that's what we were looking for.
When did you learn that?
That was learned later on once realizing that all of our suspected live rounds were Starline brass with a silver primer.
So all of the live rounds at the movie set were Starline brass, nickel primer, live, right?
Yes.
And this idea came up early in the investigation that
There's only
what
two.
if somebody
All of them.
sabotaged the set and put those live rounds there. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was quickly dismissed in this case as not something that law enforcement thought to be realistic. Fair?
Yes.
But you also needed to investigate whether somebody from outside of the Rust set was responsible for injecting these live ammunition into the Rust set. Fair?
Yes.
And so you continue to investigate that as this case proceeds, and you executed search warrants, correct?
Not myself personally investigating it, but I believe that was something that was being investigated.
So, we looked at, and I'm just going to show you Defense A1. And what's this a picture of?
These were some of the rounds that were located loose on top of the cart.
And these live rounds being loose on top of the
You're not going to
cart,
show us the
we
image?
don't know whether
There we go.
those live rounds were there at the time of the incident, right?
Correct.
And again, these were all Starline brass, nickel primer live, correct?
Yes.
And you were also not certain at times when you would collect rounds, whether or not they were live or dummies.
Correct.
Some rounds you submitted to the FBI to process to figure that out.
Yes.
And if we could look at State's Exhibit 27, can you tell me what that is?
This is a photograph of the silver primers on the 2 rounds that were later discovered to be live that were on top of the cart.
And so in this box you then collect, which is Defense A2. Right. What was your understanding of this box?
My understanding was this was the box handed to Lieutenant Benavidez that was being pulled from at the time to load the firearm. I was then placed in his unit and later collected by myself.
And when you looked inside of that box, State's Exhibit 17, what did you find?
These were the rounds inside of the box.
And can you tell the jury the significance of that round?
Yes, this round with the silver primer was a live round.
But you don't know whether somebody was rifling through this box and just missed one, do you?
No.
And you also showed the jury that these Starline brass nickel live rounds were found in other places on the set, right? This is State's Exhibit 16.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a close-up of one of the gun holsters that has a live round in it.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 15.
This is a close-up of the gun holster that was belonging to Mr. Baldwin that has a live round in it.
And was then 15 was this is 15. Was 16 the one that was the other actor, Jason Eccles?
Yes.
Okay. And so Mr. Eccles, another actor on the set, turns out that he, as he acted, as he performed, had a live bullet in his bandolier, correct?
Yes.
And you have no reason to think Mr. Eccles had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
Your working theory, as you evaluated the ammunition and looked at the similarity between the Starline nickel live and the Starline nickel dummies, is that they could have been easily commingled. Fair?
Yes.
In other words, somebody could have mistaken one for the other, right?
Yes.
And so when you conduct then a search warrant on the church, you find additional evidence, right?
Yes.
And you talked about search warrants in your direct examination, but I just want to orient the jury a little bit to what that is. A search warrant is where you go to a court and you swear out a warrant, and the warrant tells you what you can search for inside of a dwelling or a location, right?
Yes.
And you tell the court what information you have and what you'd like to look for. Fair enough?
Yes.
And unlike somebody sort of, walking into the precinct and voluntarily giving you evidence, one of the things about a search warrant is you don't have to tell the person you're coming before you go, right?
Yes.
So as you're going into execute the search warrant on the church, and the warrants in this case, you did discuss that with Corporal Hancock, correct?
Yes, I believe we had some brief conversations about the search warrants.
And the warrant for the church, it didn't indicate that there was any specific crime you were looking for. Is that fair?
I don't recall.
And so,
Well,
when you went
they're
inside
police
of the
investigating
church,
a crime.
you were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
And you remember, as you ended your direct examination yesterday, Ms. Morrissey, the prosecutor, said, you keep all of this evidence so that if anyone who wants to bring any evidence, you have it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things you found in the church was the shot list for the dead, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall collecting paperwork inside the church?
Yes.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I've already indicated to Mr. Spiro that I object to some of these, so we can approach now. I wish we had dealt with it previously.
I expect she's objecting on relevance grounds. What does this have to do with Alec Baldwin's involuntary manslaughter charge?
no, I think I can just lay it and introduce it.
Well, she said she objected.
That they may have collected paperworks about what scenes were going to be shot in the church. What's that got to do with the manslaughter charge? I mean, I guess what he's trying to argue is, you say you collect evidence and keep it for us to look at, but isn't this a piece of evidence you didn't save or you didn't keep it for us to look at? But it needs to be relevant and material evidence, right? I mean, if it means nothing, then it's irrelevant to the proceedings. Oh, so let's take a look. Remember the factual basis of the involuntary manslaughter charge. The relevant material facts are Alec Baldwin pointed a gun at another human being, what he knew to be a real gun, cocked the hammer, pulled the trigger without ensuring there was no live ammo in the gun. That's the recklessness. The defense is talking about all kinds of stuff that have nothing to do with the material facts of the criminal charge. Yes, there was a pretrial motion by the defense asking for a modification of, well, not quite. So, pretrial, the defense asked for the grand jury indictment to be dismissed because the grand jury was presented with the standard New Mexico jury instructions on involuntary manslaughter. Why is Baldwin talking to the tech guy? What is this all about? That tech guy should not be talking to the defendant. That's not appropriate. Unless, is he a court clerk? And even so, then he's a representative of the court. He should not be talking to the defendant. Anyway, the grand jury, in returning a true bill, as part of that, they're shown the standard New Mexico jury instructions for involuntary manslaughter. The defense tried to argue that those instructions were defective, had been manipulated some way in some inappropriate way by Carrie Morrissey. Therefore, the true bill, based on those arguably defective jury instructions, was itself defective, and the grand jury indictment should be dismissed. The Judge Summer rejected that argument. I expect what's going to happen now with the jury instructions submitted is that the defense is submitting their own bizarre version of jury instructions that are inconsistent with New Mexico law. That's the argument they made pre-trial, but in a different context, not in the context of these are the jury instructions we want for the petite jury in the trial. They were arguing these jury instructions given to the grand jury were defective in some way. They were not defective. But I'm sure Alec Baldwin has told his defense attorneys, listen, I want you to take every shot on goal. I don't want a single shot on goal missed. I know it's going to cost a fortune. I know this will end up costing me millions of dollars in legal expenses. I don't care. Spend all the money. I have the money. Spend it all. Take every shot. I don't want to end up in prison thinking there was a shot you guys could have taken, however ridiculous, that you didn't take. So. Yeah, the armorer was clearly at fault, folks. No question about it. But on a different factual basis than Alec Baldwin, who's also clearly at fault for involuntary manslaughter. Let's see. Law self-defense member Zakuza says Hilaria needs to relax her jaw. It's like lockjaw. I don't know if she can. Is that a Botox thing? Yeah, the defense loves to talk about the gun being destroyed. The prosecutor destroyed evidence. That's another reason they tried to get the grand jury indictment dismissed, because the prosecution destroyed evidence. Isn't that a bad thing when the prosecution destroys evidence? You can see the gun. The gun is in parts, many parts. But you have the whole gun with the cylinder out, and then a little plastic box with the tiny broken parts. The gun's not destroyed. It's not, it wasn't put in a hydraulic press. It wasn't vaporized. Lasers, full power. It's it's crazy. Let's see if I can. They had a picture of it yesterday. So, what do we call this? Dismantled revolver. I'll see if I can pull it up while they're talking. So this is the revolver as they got it back from the FBI. Sorry, it's only a partial shot, but you get the idea. You have the entire pistol is intact, except the revolver has been removed, and then in this little baggie, you have the parts that are broken. This gun's not destroyed, folks. That's not what I would call destroyed. See if I have another picture of it, like a better picture. Court's still out. You're not missing anything. Yeah, that's the best one I got. Sorry about that. But is this a destroyed gun? Destroyed? I don't think so. Disassembled. Now, it's true that the defense, cannot test the gun in its original condition. No question about that. But the defense is free to talk about that to the jury. The trouble for the defense is they want to insinuate that the gun somehow malfunctioned. There's literally zero evidence other than speculation that the gun malfunctioned. What's the evidence? That Alec Baldwin himself says the gun just went off. I didn't touch the trigger. That's what we're supposed to believe when we have picture after picture of him like this. Well, I ran out of time. Did I run out of time? Where is it?
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
Oh, I guess we're taking a break. Is this the morning break? It's almost 10 o'clock local time. Picture after picture of Baldwin with his finger on the trigger. Just like that. The defense has been working hard. When you don't have sound legal arguments to make based on the facts, you tend to do lots of smoke and mirrors, and that can take time. And so the defense tends to slow everything down. All right. Well, okay. Obviously, we're taking a break. I don't know for how long. So we'll just stay right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the A DJ says, law self-defense member DJ says, I've had mixed results with Starline brass, had a bad batch of 44 mag. I never really used Starline brass. I have to confess, back when I was reloading for competitive shooting. I think I mostly used, I want to say Remington, but I got to be honest, I don't remember exactly. I didn't order brass frequently. I only ever loaded really in volume 45 and 45 ACP, not 45 long Colt, and 9mm, standard 9. But I would buy my brass thousands at a time because I was shooting in that kind of volume. And of course, you use the brass I mean, I used to be able to reload my 45 ACP brass so often that the head stamp would go away before there was a problem with the brass. The head stamp, folks, is these letters here, these symbols that are stamped into the head of the case. Every time you fire the gun, the brass gets forced back into the breech face of the gun, and it's like a hammering effect. And if you do that enough, these lettering gets obliterated. You can't read it anymore. 45 was wonderful to reload. 45 ACP, very forgiving brass to reload. And 9mm wasn't bad either, but it's so little. The 9 is so little compared to the 45. At some point in the reloading process, you have to set the bullet on top of the case. And my hand used to get cramps from having to pick up those tiny little 9mm bullets. So I personally never used much Starline. But it was, if I recall correctly, it was on the pricier end of things. Let's see. Lawful to shoot says the defense needs to manufacture what does not exist, so they will use ambiguity and innuendo to achieve it, despite the prosecutor's objections. It's a words and phrases war. Yeah, a lot of truth to that. Sakuza says, no, Branca, they have to pay the $10 if they want to comment. You're just a poor mountain lawyer trying to move your family to civilization. Well, I'm a small town lawyer. I don't consider myself in the mountains. I'm at almost 7,000 feet above sea level where I live. But the mountains are a whole different thing. The mountains are not far from me. I can see them from here. I can see Pikes Peak from my neighborhood. Pikes Peak is 14,000 feet plus. There's not a lot of air up there. I can assure you. I've been up there on the motorcycle. It's you get off the bike, you walk about 30 feet, and you realize you can't breathe. I'll have to get up to the top of Pikes Peak before I leave Colorado again. Let's see. Bup. I'm looking at the comments and questions in the Law of Self-Defense member chat. Is the defense argument purely emotional? The defendant's an actor and should not be required to know how to handle firearms and therefore cannot be held to account. Yeah, there's a lot of emotional argument here. They can't argue the facts in the law. If they do that, their client gets convicted. So, Zach says, do you think the prosecution will call a witness to testify about safety being everyone's responsibility? Yes, they're calling Jorgensen. I forget his first name. Jorgensen is the union rep that's on the board for drafting all these safety regulations. So he's a state witness scheduled to testify about the SAG safety guidelines. Eric says, better be glad I'm not on the jury because none of this does anything to disprove Baldwin's recklessness. Right? Doesn't matter how the bullet got there. The point is the gun was pointed at someone and they were killed. That's exactly right. Doesn't matter how the bullet got there. The bullet being there doesn't matter if Alec Baldwin doesn't point the gun at Halyna Hutchins, right? The bullet being there doesn't matter if he doesn't cock the hammer while he's pointing the gun at Halyna Hutchins. The bullet being there doesn't matter if he doesn't point the gun at Halyna Hutchins, cock the hammer, and pull the trigger. Only then does the bullet matter. Eric says, question, isn't reckless by definition an accident? No. Reckless is unintentional and an accident is unintentional, but reckless and accident are two different things. Accident is where you made zero contribution to the bad outcome. So it was literally completely unforeseeable. So an example of a legal accident might be you visit your elderly aunt in her apartment and she asks you to move a heavy bureau from one side of the room to the other side of the room. So you pick up the bureau because you're a young, strong man. You pick up the bureau, lift it up, you move it to where she wants it, you put it down, and unbeknownst to you, unknowable to you, the floor joists are rotten. And you put the bureau in the spot she wants, and it falls through the floor, through the rotten floor, and kills the woman in the apartment below. That would be an accident. Completely unforeseeable that there could be a bad outcome from what you're doing. Recklessness is different. Recklessness is where you know you're creating a risk of unjustified death or serious bodily injury, and you do it anyway. That's the drunk driving analogy. You get drunk, you get behind the wheel of your car. It's still not intending to cause harm. You don't want to run anybody over while you're driving home drunk, but if you do, you intentionally ignored a risk of serious bodily injury or death to another. That's reckless. That's what makes reckless different than accident. It was not unforeseeable. You were making a contribution to the risk. Two different things. That's why a genuine accident in the legal context carries no legal liability, and recklessness does. Let's see. Alec's net worth is estimated to be 70 million. I don't know if that's true or not, but sure, sounds reasonable. He's been in a ton of movies. By the way, I've enjoyed him in many of his movies as an actor. He was fun on 30 Rock. He was fun on Hunt for Red October. He was fun in, is it Glenn Ross, where he does the sales, always be closing, that sales speech. Now, of course, he doesn't write those words. Somebody else with talent wrote those words, but he did a great job delivering that speech. And whatever his net worth is, how much of your net worth would you spend, not to get a felony conviction? Maybe he can go into the jury room where they're only allowed to have water and coffee if there's a lid on the cup, according to the judge. Maybe he can give him the coffee speech in the jury room. Ben asks, if they put Hannah on the stand, will they have to voir dire her first to sort out the First Amendment issues? They might do that. I don't think it'll be helpful because I think Hannah is just gonna, during the voir dire, she's just gonna claim assert her Fifth Amendment right to every question. And then the judge is going to say, well, let's just take them one by one. And for everyone, she can assert her right, and I'll make a decision on whether or not that's an appropriate assertion. The judge doesn't seem inclined to prejudge questions, and I don't think she's going to go through specific question by question twice as a voir dire and in front of the jury. Too time consuming. Or one option would be, what many judges will do is they'll say, listen, if this witness is saying they're going to plead the Fifth, I don't want him on the stand. It's pointless. Surely Carrie Morrissey would object to that. Let's see. Jeffrey asks, is there any difference between lead attorney and the rest? It depends. It varies case by case, the nature of the attorneys. In the Hannah Gutierrez case, it was very clear that Carrie Morrissey was the lead counsel, and the gentleman who was working with her was, assistant counsel. Here, I would not say that's the case. I would not say that Erlinda Johnson is in a lesser position than Carrie Morrissey. I mean, maybe 95% of the position. Maybe if there was a tie, Carrie would settle it. But there are much more peers in this trial than Carrie Morrissey and the gentleman were in the Hannah Gutierrez trial. Let's see. Monarch Pass is over 13,000 feet. I've been over Monarch Pass many times. I've been over every road pass in California, in Colorado, multiple times on my motorcycle. I know because I kept track. The little local BMW motorcycle club here, you get a mug if you do 50 passes on the bike, and then you get another mug if you do 100 passes. But you have to document your travels. So I've done that on multiple motorcycles, multiple times. A lot of the best passes are not paved, but my motorcycle's a little heavy for those passes. Those are really for smaller dirt bikes. Yes, a better rider than me could do it on my bike, but I know a man's got to know his limitations. Eric says, should have worded that better. Isn't reckless by definition unintentional and what most people call an accident? Yeah, the colloquial use of accident often means I just didn't intend that outcome, but that's not the legal definition. And that's what the defense is trying to conflate here. The colloquial definition, it's just an accident. I shouldn't be held responsible for that. And the legal definition, which is very different. Steve Burrow says, as a platinum member, will Sunday's recap be available to view later? I honestly, I don't know. I would assume not. So, yeah, I would assume not. We don't want to schedule it for later. We want people to come on Sunday. Let's see. That's why we're doing it as a webinar. Jason says, my only white knuckle driving experience was over Monarch Pass with whiteout weather, snow, storm weather, blizzard for 3 miles pre-post summit. I've hit snow on Colorado passes like the last month of May. I went over last year. I was coming back from Los Angeles, Las Vegas on the motorcycle. And I went over Wolf Creek Pass coming from Durango, heading east over on 160. And I got snow, a lot of snow, the last day of May. So you never know when you're going to get snow here in Colorado in the mountain passes. Let's see. All right, let me take a look at super chats. Again, if you want a comment or question in YouTube or Rumble to be addressed, it needs to be a $10 minimum super chat or Rumble rant, or just become a Law Self-Defense member for 99 cents at lawselfdefense.com/trial and get all your questions and comments addressed for free. That's what I recommend. I don't recommend sending money to YouTube or to Rumble. But if you insist, and I'm not seeing any Rumble rants. Maybe I don't know how to look. I presume they would be a comment that would be colored in, right? Oh, someone in Rumble did link to the Andrew Sisters song. That's nice. Maybe I'll put that. Can I put that in the? Where is it? Whoops! I don't want it playing. I don't want to get a copyright strike. I'll put it in the comments though. For those of you who want to listen on the break, Andrew Sisters. I didn't know the gun was loaded. It's it's a cute song. There it is in the chat, and I'll put it in YouTube too. See, does that work? I'm not sure that works. I'm not sure. Does a link work? Hey, if you're watching on YouTube, there's over 1,000 of you. There's only 400 likes. If you could hit that like thumbs up button, I would appreciate it. And there's so many comments. I can't tell if it went through or not. Yeah, it went through. Yeah, so check that out. Play it for yourselves. I don't want to stream it because I don't want to get in trouble. So no, it looks like no super chats yet. Yeah, those passes get pretty scary. A lot of hairpin turns. A lot of people pulling trailers, stuff going sideways. As you can imagine, it gets really interesting on a motorcycle. Sometimes I just drag my foot like on the asphalt just to kind of, test the grip. All right, the YouTube link works. Enjoy. It's a cute little song. So the witnesses from yesterday. Did I close that summary? We had LaFleur, who was the first police officer on the scene. Very young man. His testimony was mostly interesting because the defense in the opening tried to suggest that no one was treating this as a crime. It's crazy to treat this as a crime. This should be a civil suit. This should be a civil suit. We shouldn't be here in criminal law. No one would imagine this as a crime. Well, LaFleur, the first officer who arrived at the scene, he treated it like a crime scene, put up crime scene tape, started collecting evidence. The next witness was Lieutenant Benavidez, now retired, but he was like the senior commanding officer on the scene when he responded, treated it like a crime scene, separated witnesses, collected the gun, collected the ammo boxes. Then they had another officer. He was only in the stand for a minute. He testified about getting the bullet from the hospital that was pulled from Joel Souza's shoulder, the bullet that killed Halyna Hutchins. And then we had Ms. Popple on direct, and now she's on cross-examination here. So 3 1/2 witnesses on the first day is what we got through. Steve says that song, the Andrews Sisters, originally released in 1949. 1949, in preparation for the Korean War. Michael says, this may be a dumb question, but if Alec Baldwin was responsible for gun safety and Hannah Gutierrez was also responsible, but that doesn't protect Alec Baldwin, what's the point of having a separate armorer from just the prop handler? Everybody's responsible for not creating an unjustified risk of death to others. That's a universal responsibility, right? The only question is your mental state around that legal duty. So Alec Baldwin, he wasn't responsible for other people's guns. He was not responsible for gun safety in that sense. He's certainly responsible for the safety of his own conduct, right? If someone else had shot Hannah Gutierrez, Alec Baldwin would not be facing criminal charges. So he's not responsible for gun safety like he's responsible for every gun on the set. That is the armorer's responsibility. If David Halls had shot and killed Hannah Gutierrez, David Halls would be on trial for involuntary manslaughter. If David Halls had shot Halyna Hutchins, David Halls would be on trial for involuntary manslaughter. Hannah Gutierrez would still be convicted because she'd still be responsible for allowing the ammo on set. Alec Baldwin would not be charged. So he doesn't have some generalized obligation, individual criminal liability obligation for gun safety generally, but he does have responsibility for the gun in his hand. Who else would have responsibility for the gun in his hand but him? Hannah Gutierrez can't be responsible for where Alec Baldwin points the gun in violation of safety guidelines and rules. Hannah Gutierrez can't be responsible for Alec Baldwin cocking the gun and pressing the trigger. That's on Alec Baldwin. We got a couple super chats. Gunner, again, with those weird currency. You kill me. I have to trust him. I have to trust Gunner. What happened? That he's giving me $10. All you people living in other countries. I just have to take your word for it. But I will. I'll take your word for it. That whatever that is, 100 whatevers is the equivalent of $10 US. So let me take a look. He said, I've had people driving in front of me on mountain passes lose their bearings and start drifting into the opposing lane. That gets scary real fast. Remember to check your windshield and wipers, guys. Yeah. I don't recommend going over the passes if there's any possibility of inclement weather. The weather can go seriously bad very, very quickly up in the mountains. I mean, I do it. I do it on a motorcycle, but, it's a risky activity. And Golf and Gun says, has the judge ruled that the convictions of the armorer and others are inadmissible? No, I don't think they'd be inadmissible. They should be admissible. Hannah's conviction is definitely admissible if she takes a stand, for sure. It goes directly to her credibility. And of course, she's appealing her conviction, apparently with the same stupid lawyer who was her trial lawyer, which is crazy. You never do that. Your appellate lawyer is always different than your trial lawyer, or should be, because one of the things you always want to have as an option to argue on appeal is that you had ineffective assistance of counsel. It's hard to make that a compelling argument if you kept that lawyer to do your appeal, right? Plus, he wasn't very good at trial. And it's a different skill set. Trial work and appellate work is a very different skill set. I would want different people, different lawyers for sure. But she's appealing. So that's one of the reasons she's reserving the right to assert her Fifth Amendment right. Because if she appeals and wins on appeal, less than 1% chance of that, according to my buddy Steve Gosney, and wins a new trial, she doesn't want anything she says here to be used against her in the new trial. Let's see. Okay. Oh, Beryl. People are in Texas. Clay, nice to hear from you, man. He says, I can make my own electricity, but when the cell towers and all the cable lines are down, I guess he can't get internet. Beryl, Texas, hurricane came in, right? This is the first time I've gotten any kind of internet. Video won't load, but my son has been keeping me updated. All right, cool. Hey, I hope you came through okay, man. Jason says, we got Beryl and also a direct hit by a tornado a couple weeks ago. Man, one of the closest times I've ever come close to getting killed was by a bunch of tornadoes outside of Oklahoma City. I'd been at a range, a local range, a corporate event for CCW Safe. Oh, they have a range. They're based in Oklahoma City. They have a range outside the city, a private range. And then on the way back in, we're all in a passenger van, and there were tornadoes everywhere. I mean, you listen to the radio. We have a funnel forming over here, a funnel forming over there. Cars were pulling off. People were hiding in the drain ditches on the side of the highway. It was crazy. I thought for sure this could be the end, but we made it. Obviously, I survived the experience. Almost as scary as my skydiving malfunction. Almost as scary as that. All right, we are back. No volume yet. And I still don't see any rumble rants, which is fine. Back up at the bench. Look, the judge is like, they're still arguing. Carrie Morrissey, Your Honor, I object. This is not appropriate. This is bullshit. He's a dick. He's like, Your Honor, I'm getting paid. That's my role here. I'm getting paid to do that. Yeah, I've done six skydives after the tandem, the first tandem one. I quit doing it because I was a scaredy cat. I was terrified every jump. My first solo jump, I had a parachute malfunction, and of course I went right back up because I figured if I went home after that, I'd never come back to the field. But the second jump, I landed in a tree. And then over the next week or so, I did another 4 jumps after that. But every time I had to throw myself out of the airplane, I was terrified. So it was not for me. I decided to stick to safer things like guns, motorcycles, and women. That was my risk tolerance. Skydiving was over my limit. Yeah, I have some pictures I just took last month, June, on, I think it was maybe Independence Pass. Let me see if I did a trip with my buddy Will Parker. Whoops. Let's see. What pass were we on? Where there was, the restrooms are still frozen. Let's see if I can pull it up quickly. Okay. 2-1. Can I share that? Is that sharing? Independence Pass. This picture was taken just about a month ago. What was the date? June 8th. That is June 8th, the middle of June, on Independence Pass, Colorado. 12,000 feet, covered in snow. The restrooms were all frozen. It was a great ride, by the way. 3-day ride around Colorado with my buddy Will Parker. Will Parker's law self-defense member, platinum member, graduate of the law self-defense instructor program. Great guy. I'm going to see Will in a couple weeks, taking the motorcycle up to Montana to see him. He's in the Kalispell area of Montana, Glacier National Park, right by the Canadian border. Yeah, I ride an adventure bike. I ride a BMW GS adventure. Will does too. Will rides the identical bike, actually. See if I have a picture of both of them. I do. This is Will and my bikes in Aspen. Whoops. Open up this picture. We both ride BMW R1250 GS Adventures. More or less identical bikes. I think a couple years apart. Those are our bikes. That's Will's bike on the left with the yellow driving lights, and my bike on the right. Great bikes. That's in Aspen. Aspen is where we parked there outside a hotel. Let's see. Emmy 04120 says $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Says carrying a handgun and learning BJJ seems all about attenuating risk. And then Branca rides a motorcycle over Colorado Pass during a blizzard. YOLO. It wasn't a blizzard when I went up the pass. It was just raining. I mean, I guess I should have known it would turn to snow once I got to altitude, but it was pretty nasty. It was slushy. It was deep. But I do attenuate my risk. I do my best. I didn't do BJJ last night. I did Tuesday night. I did BJJ. Normally I go at lunch hour, but of course now I'm covering this trial, so it's a little. I don't like missing BJJ. I have to confess. Somebody says 100 NOK from Gunner is $9.33 US. Gunner, you owe me 67 cents, man. I think that's Norway, right? What is currency NOK? I like the Scandinavian countries. Norwegian kroner. Yeah, I've been to Norway. I like it quite a bit. I've only ever been in the winter. I'm thinking about doing a motorcycle trip out there. Somewhere around there. Scandinavia, Norway, Sweden, Denmark. Oh, Gunnar sent another 10 Norwegian kroner. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Maybe that no message, just the money, just a kroner. Yeah, I think my next European motorcycle tour will be Scandinavia. I'm not Mexico. I went to Mexico a couple of years ago. I didn't. We went with a bunch of neighbors to one of these all-inclusive resorts, but I think whoever picked it was a little. It was not what I would call a high-end resort. It wasn't a great experience for me. I would not go back to that place. And I almost got in a fight in the pool. Oh my gosh. Just a couple of years ago. Some steroided dude with a flat brim baseball cap in the pool started yelling at me. It was almost my Apple River moment. Nothing came of it. It was fine. When I ride in Europe, I rent a bike there. It's too complicated to ship a bike to Europe. I lived in Europe for 2 years about a decade ago, tried to ship my bike over, and they make it almost impossible. So the European tours I've done, either I've rented a bike from a local BMW dealership and just go solo, or I've also done an Edelweiss tour. Edelweiss is a motorcycle tour group where they arrange everything. They get the bike and they arrange the hotels and the restaurants and the route and all that. Edelweiss was good. It was expensive though. No lie. It was costly. LeVar says Ukraine doesn't have a lot of tourists right now. My last trip in Europe was Eastern Europe, but I didn't get that far south of. I didn't make it all the way to Ukraine. Steven says, when you start skydiving, the hard part is finding room in a plane to take a novice. Yeah, so the plane I jumped out of, that the field I was at, that plane held like, I don't know, 20 or 30 people, a lot of people. Of course, all of them were normal skydivers. They would just step out that door like nothing, like they were walking into a convenience store. I was terrified every time. I mean, I did it. I did it 6 times. It was sheer willpower to throw myself out. Once I was out of the plane, it was great. I really enjoyed skydiving once I was at the door. The free fall was great. Flying the chute back to the airport was great fun. Flaring at the end, it was great. I really liked that part of it. But unfortunately, to enjoy that part, you first have to throw yourself out of a plane. that was hard to do. I've done it enough times. I tell myself I've done it enough times that now I know that I could do it if I had to do it. I could do it. All my jumps were 13,500 feet in good weather, nothing dramatic. And of course, I was jumping with instructors. They weren't, I'm not talking about tandem. My 6 jumps were, the instructors free fall with you, right? To give you instructions and, the hand signals and all this kind of stuff. The initial drop at the plane, I never had a problem with it. Once, the instant I was at the door, I was good. I was good to go. Yeah, my first jump, I had a bad chute. I don't remember the name for the malfunction, but it was instead of the, you release the drogue, right? You count to 3,000. You look up for your good chute. I didn't have a good chute. I had a big sausage above my head, but I was able to. They have you release the chute at such a height, like 4,500 feet. I had enough time to kick my legs around, unwind the shrouds, and the chute opened up, and it was fine. My second jump, as a student, you have a speaker on your chest, and there's an instructor on the ground with a radio telling you, turn left, turn right. And he had me lose too much altitude too fast, and I didn't make it to the airfield. I hit the trees at the edge of the airfield. But when I hit the trees, I was only like 3 feet off the ground. So I fell that 3 feet, but it was no big deal. And then I did 4 more jumps after that, and they were all fine, but terrifying. So that was it. Golf and Gun says, I used to fly 172. So those are Cessna planes. My dad had a 172 for decades. So I've flown in 172s quite a lot. I've done takeoffs in 172s. Takeoffs are pretty easy. Landings, I always left to my dad. I didn't want to smash his plane. My dad's brother, who's in his 70s, still flies. He flies a Mooney, very nice plane, retractable gear, speed brakes, very tight on the inside, very small on the inside, but it's a nice airplane. No, I did not pack my own chute. No, I was not at that. I was right at the level where they were asking me to start, to get ready to buy my own gear, my own chute and stuff, and stop using the school stuff. And I was like, I wasn't ready to make that jump. I was not enjoying it enough. Let's see. I had line twists on my parachute malfunction. Yeah. But before you ever go up, or at least I guess you do the tandem first, but then as soon as I did the tandem, I loved that. That was great. But you don't throw yourself out the door in the tandem. They kind of compel you to go out the door because there's a guy strapped to your back. But then you do a ground school, and they do all the parachute malfunction drills for 2 days, 3 days, something like that. So at least I knew what to do. Of course, they tell you, we got to teach you this stuff, but don't worry, like malfunctions are really rare. And then I had a malfunction on my first jump. But as malfunctions go, it was a good malfunction in the sense that I was very high. And even though it wasn't a good chute, there's a lot of drag. So it slows you down. So it gives you even more time to solve the problem. And obviously I'm here, so I was able to solve the problem. Let's see. Check for super chats. Look at all this argument at the bench. These parties cannot just not get along. It doesn't have to be this way. This is not normal for a criminal prosecution. This is a consequence of the defense not having anything of substance to talk about. So they have to skirt outside what's appropriate, and Kerry Morrissey's not having it. If the defense had a legally defensible argument to make, they'd be making it, and Kerry Morrissey's objections would simply be overruled by the judge. The judge has been very fair. Also, oh wow, that was Erlinda Johnson gave that judge a head shake. That was a big head shake. Like, what? I wish we could hear what they were talking about. Oh, let's see. Oh, I put a comment in the member link and I forgot to put the link to the song. Andrew Sisters, I didn't know the gun was loaded. And there's the link. See if that works. Unless the system strips out the URL. No, there it is this time. Let's see. Looking at the member comments. Why would anyone hurl themselves out of a perfectly good airplane? I was freshly divorced. I was 40 years old and kind of out of my mind. That's why. I'm sure that's a big part of the reason. I'll tell you one thing that was fun. If I got to the airfield, it was pretty much only used for skydiving. That was it. The only plane that took off and landed was the skydiving company plane. But if I got there early enough before they started operations, they'd let me run my motorcycle up and down the runway. So, obviously no speed limit on a runway. That was a lot of fun. I did enjoy that. Will Parker can come on. Will, if you're watching, I hope Will knows he's welcome to come on anytime he likes. I may do a ride again with Will in September. I'm planning to go out to Vegas and SoCal in September. I'll see my buddy Adam Baldwin. By the way, don't forget, sign up for the recap, our Sunday recap. You have to sign up. It's 100% free. We're doing it as a webinar. There's only 500 seats. We're going to do a recap of the trial. We'll go over the jury instructions each side is asking for that will be decisive here in a verdict. We'll have Adam Baldwin as a guest on the show, many decades, Hollywood experience, handling guns on sets, and just a great guy to hang out with. Adam's been a friend of mine for a long time. Full Metal Jacket, Firefly, Serenity, The Patriot, Independence Day, Chuck, The Last Ship. So he's going to be a guest with us on Sunday. And then we're going to give away a $10,000 prize. $10,000 prize. A bunch of our educational content, platinum membership, a bunch of other stuff, and a surprise gift. A surprise gift that's has a strong relationship to something I carry every day. I'll leave it at that. So there'll be a winner for that, and lots of other stuff. So it's 100% free, Sunday afternoon, 5 p.m. Eastern time, 2 p.m. Pacific time. But it is a webinar. It won't be on YouTube. It won't be on Rumble. It won't be a member live stream. It'll only be the webinar. So you have to grab your seat at lawofselfdefense.com/trial recap, or scan that QR code on the screen. Once the seats are gone, they're gone, folks. There's 1,700 people watching right now. So, 500 seats. You do the math. First come, first served. Grab yours at lawofselfdefense.com/trial recap. And they're still arguing at the bench. Still arguing at the bench. Yeah, so the parachute malfunction I had on my first solo jump. And by the way, the instructors aren't with you then anymore, right? I mentioned when you jump out of the plane as a student, at that stage, I had 2 instructors free falling with me. But when it comes time to open the chute, everyone separates, right? You need room for the chute. So they drift away and they open up their chutes. I open up my chute, and then I have that like a drogue chute, like a big sausage. The shrouds are wrapped around the parachute. It's a good malfunction but it's a good malfunction in the sense that as a student, I open at a very high altitude, 4,500 feet. It does induce a lot of drag, so that gives you more time to solve the problem. And I knew how to solve the problem. I'd been trained in how to kick my legs around to unwind the shrouds. And once I did that, the chute opened up, and it was great. Let's see. What else in the comments? The witness has gotten fed up and gone. I guess the witness went away on the break, and they just haven't called her back. Look at this is an 8-day trial. Look how much time they're wasting here. And the judge is having this much trouble coming to a conclusion. So that's Carrie Morrissey on the left, prosecutor, or look, Carrie Morrissey shaking her head. She's not happy. The judge is saying, I'm sorry, but this is my ruling. But Your Honor, she made a joke. Carrie Morrissey made a joke. Everybody laughed, so that's okay. Erlinda Johnson is next to Carrie Morrissey. Those are the two prosecutors. And then they have Heather LeBlanc, the local New Mexico defense attorney, and Alex Biro, the Manhattan pro hac vici defense attorney, is a gentleman standing on the right. Oh, you can't see that. Sorry. I mean, there's not much to see. That's who I'm describing. Not much. Nothing. Yep. Nod, shake, nod, shake. Carrie Morrissey's like acting exasperated body language. Alex Biro. People are smiling, though. Maybe they're coming to an acceptable accommodation. There's Alex. There's Hilarious. Did she take out her earrings? What happened to those? Oh, no, they're still on there. Those giant hoop earrings. Jenny from the block. Defense agrees to buy lunch. They can probably buy the town. All right. Here we go. We got sound. Let's get to it. Man, I got to put a timestamp in my notes. Oh my God, the sound just went off. Are they getting the witness? Yep, here she is. Marisa Popple, crime scene tech. And remember, folks, when they go to lunch break, I'm going to wrap up this part 1 stream of day 2, and I'll come back when the court comes back. I'll probably start up a little bit before 1 p.m. Mountain Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time is when the court should come back from lunch, and we'll do a second separate live stream in the afternoon. And then this evening, around 8 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Mountain, I plan to do a day end summary as a third separate live stream of the day. So all of those are scheduled in YouTube. The other platforms, I can't schedule ahead like that. Rumble doesn't allow it. X doesn't. Well, I don't know how to do it on X. And the member live stream I have to do kind of on a ad hoc basis. So, but that's our plan for today. Clay says, has the defense tried to question whether or not that was the actual firearm? The only thing I've heard was this armor says that's the gun. Did they look at any other guns? And I don't think it's in dispute that this is the gun that was in Alex Baldwin's hand that fired the shot that killed Halyna Hutchins. So I don't believe there's any dispute about that. I think the gun is sufficiently distinguishable from every other gun on the set that there's no risk of confusion. Famously, Alec Baldwin asked for the biggest, baddest gun they had. So I think it must be the barrel length that makes it distinguishable. Everyone standing up. The jury must be back.
Switch over to
Andrew McDaniel, $10 super chat. Thank you. Says, will the transcripts of the bench arguments be made public after the trial? That would be interesting to go over. I assume they'd be gettable. I personally don't plan to get them, though. Once the trial's over, for me, it's over. I'll be moving on. I got other trials to cover. But it would be interesting to watch, yeah. I mean, to read.
Still good morning. Okay. Good morning again. So I'm just going to, we're going to tech issue, or this is okay. We left off.
He's not publishing it. I'm just telling him he's going to publish it.
Right.
Well, you have to move for admission.
Okay. So I'm now moving for admission for A3 and A11.
I think he needs to, I'm sorry, I think he needs to go ahead and lay the foundation.
I'm going to lay for the foundation.
Yeah.
As you stated on direct, and we're just going to put up states 21. If I could publish that, it's in evidence. As you testified yesterday, you collected items from the church that you thought were relevant to this case, correct?
Yes.
And some of the things that you thought gave insight into what happened, correct?
Yes.
And including in those was a copy of the script and the shot list, correct?
I believe there was paperwork that was photographed, but I don't believe it was collected.
Okay. Well, I'm going to pass up to the witness what is marked as A3 and A11. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are those?
It appears to be scene paperwork.
That you collected.
Yes.
And those are fair and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Yeah, offer them as evidence.
I don't believe that's an adequate foundation.
What more do you want him to do?
But what we discussed at the bench, but I mean, obviously I defer to the court, but I'm relying on the conversation we had.
Well, all right, so they are conditionally admitted pursuant to the discussion up at the bench.
So I'm going to now publish A3. And can you read that last sentence?
Russ Colt cocked quietly now.
And I'm now going to publish 811. Let's see if this will allow me to zoom in focus. Can you read that, or does it not focus right?
I cannot read that.
Okay, I apologize. I'm going to pass it up to the witness. If it's not, oh, it works like this, I guess. Does it?
I agree. This is not proper foundation. This is not the right
Supposed to
witness for this
autofocus.
evidence.
This is not my fault, just so-
She has no involvement with the script or the set instructions, or
Okay, permission to approach.
they're basically it's hearsay. The writing is an out of court statement. They're asking her to read the writing. It's just they're asking her to speak hearsay. This is an out of court statement being introduced. For the truth
Macro
is-
on hammer as thumb cocks it. And then line 6 is frontal slow push in on Rust, his hat down, motionless.
Thank you. And you found and photographed these documents in the church in the vicinity of where Ms. Hutchins fell, correct?
I believe the first photograph, the first paper was, I don't recall where the second paper was located.
And if we look at states,
What's any of this have to do with involuntary
21.
manslaughter?
I'll have that up on the screen just for a moment. When you collected these documents, you thought they were important, correct?
When I photographed them, yes.
Sorry, I apologize. When you photographed them. And the reason you thought it was important is because you thought it reflected what would have happened in the scene, correct?
I understood that there was a mentioning of a firearm in the paperwork, which is why I thought it was important.
Right, because it's actually just because you thought to yourself at the time
He's testifying.
that it actually described what he's doing, right?
He's
I
testifying.
believe at the time, yes.
And you said to your fellow officers that you think it's important because it confirms Mr. Baldwin's statements, correct?
I don't recall stating that, but it could be something that I've stated.
All these witnesses have been interviewed by the defense.
And you indicated
beforehand.
that you thought it was hers, meaning Ms. Hutchins' paperwork, correct?
I believe that one of those papers does have her name on it, which is why I thought it was hers.
Right. And the other paper that you already testified to, A3, was found around where she fell, correct?
Yes.
And it contains the shot list and the script for that day, correct?
I don't know
Objection,
exactly.
Foundation. Sorry.
So you have
Did
laid the
you-
foundation?
Yeah. Did you believe at the time that what you were looking at may have reflected things that were supposed to occur in the church?
Speculative.
Yes.
You also recovered Ms. Hutchins' cell phone, correct?
At a later date, I believe.
And that was sent to Byron French in the investigation division to extract the cell phone results eventually, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you tried to find video recording in the church, correct?
Yes.
But the video cameras for the scene in question did not record that day, so you were not able to find that. Fair?
They recorded a portion of that day. There was a recording that was recovered.
And you didn't find any live ammunition in the church?
Yes, there was one live round located inside the church.
There was. Okay. And where was that found?
That was in Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Right. So, right. The bandolier that we were talking about before.
Yes.
No, holster. Holster.
And you have no reason to think that Mr. Baldwin had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
At that scene, and at this time in the investigation, Detective Kano was in charge, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So while you're now then leaving the church, we're going to move on, okay? You have to figure out how ammunition works on a movie set, right?
Yes.
That wasn't something that you were familiar with before the incident in question, right?
Correct.
And you sort of became the subject matter expert on that topic, right?
Yes, I'd say so.
Right. I mean, you were
For
called
the sheriff's
into,
office.
for the sheriff's office, right? But also you'd be called into meetings with Corporal Hancock and the prosecutors and try to educate them on those topics. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you weren't running the case, were you?
No.
But you were there to assist not only with the evidence, but to be a specialist on this sort of unique topic. Fair?
Yes.
And again, you said this on direct, but I think it got a little confusing perhaps. But there are never supposed to be live ammunition on a movie set.
Okay, you need to report that. I think, what are we thinking? Do you think that one's picking up? Okay, go ahead. Yours is on though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. You understood that there should never be live ammunition on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And the one type of ammunition that occurs on movie sets is blanks, and those are the ones that just go poof, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm just showing you 812 that's in evidence.
A little more than
right?
poof.
And those have a like a crimped top, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to dummy rounds, right? And I'm showing you 811 that's in evidence, right? Which look like real bullets, right?
Correct.
And there were different types of dummy rounds, as I think you said on direct. But you can't tell necessarily that a dummy round is a dummy round just by looking at it.
Not always. No.
Some dummy rounds have holes in them, right?
Yes.
Others have their primers removed.
Yes.
Some of them do not have holes in the side or their primers removed.
Correct.
Some of them don't make a noise when they're shaken, called Denex rounds.
Yes.
And some dummy rounds look exactly like live rounds, correct?
Yes.
And those look exactly like live ammunition, fair?
Yes.
And those type of exact replica dummy rounds were on the set of Rust, right?
Yes.
And those were Seth Kenny's dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And in terms of identifying dummy rounds by shaking them, right, which is something you talked about on direct, some of them are louder than others, right?
Yes.
Some of them have 1 BB or 2 BBs in them or 3 BBs in them, right?
Yes.
Sometimes if you shake a bullet, you can hear the powder, or because of oxidation, you can hear things inside of a bullet when you shake it, right?
Yes.
And depending on the setting of something would impact the person's ability to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
So, right, if I shook a dummy round right now in a courtroom in front of a microphone, right, it would probably be, you would be able to hear it. Would you agree?
Yes.
But if people are all moving around in a movie set, you don't know that everybody would be able to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Not everyone, no.
And some dummy rounds don't shake at all. Isn't that also true?
Yes.
The only way to determine definitively is to send them to the FBI and to take apart the dummy round to figure out what the powder is inside of it, right?
The powder inside of a dummy round?
Yeah,
Or the
moving
ball
on to-
bearings?
Well, the ball bearings versus the powder that could be in a live ammunition.
Yes,
Right?
that would be the comparison, yes.
And so one of the questions that I'm going to ask you is there different grades of gunpowder used in blanks versus live rounds?
I do not know the answer to that question.
And so as you proceed in this case, you are then executing the prop truck search at the scene of Rust, right?
Yes.
So about a week after the incident, approximately, you go back to the setting of Rust and you execute a search warrant on the truck that housed the prop cart that you found the shell casing on, right?
Yes.
And when you went to do that search warrant, it was light outside, right?
Correct.
And you were with your fellow officers, Hancock, Kano, Sergeant Zook was there, correct?
Yes.
And you had a good working relationship with all of these people, right?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock and Kano, signed off on what you collected as detectives involved in this, right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Zook, who was their supervisor, signed off as well. Fair?
Yes.
And there was a witness there that day that assisted law enforcement with the search of the prop truck, right?
Yes.
A man named Seth Kenny.
Correct.
And not only did he assist, he actually was the one that opened the safe, right?
Yes, he had the combination too.
Well, do you know how he got the combination?
He was the owner of the safe.
You sure about that?
That was my understanding.
You collected dozens of guns from the safe, right?
Yes.
And you understood that there were a dozen plus actors, extras, stuntmen that used firearms on the set of Rust.
Yes.
Just like we talked about with Mr. Ackles and his bandolier, right? A lot of these actors may have at one point or another, unbeknownst to them, God forbid, had live ammunition on them, right?
Yes.
And the prop truck, we can look at A13, was a little disorganized. I don't know if it's quite at the level of the cart, but it was a little disorganized, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll just show A14 for completeness. And inside the
Well, that was quick.
prop truck, there were boxes, right?
Yes.
Boxes of ammunition.
Correct.
And these boxes are sort of, a lot of them are the same shape, make, model, white box, right?
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you 816, which is a close-up. And do you notice one box that looks a little different than the other boxes?
Yes, there is.
And which box is that?
The box in the center, instead of it being stamped, it has handwritten in blue marker, dummy rounds 45 LC.
Right, and I'll just blow up that, which is in State's Exhibits, Exhibit 19, right?
Yes.
And you don't know who wrote that writing on it, do you?
Seth Kenny.
And if we could look at A22, can you tell us what that is?
Out of context, no, I can't.
Okay, well then we're going to look at A23.
Can you move it up? Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. This is the rounds that were inside of that box with the styrofoam insert that were removed.
Okay. And you see that they are Starline brass, nickel, dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And again, the difference between a Starline brass nickel-plated dummy round and a live round is effectively that one has powder inside and the other does not, right?
Yes.
And do you know where all the ones in this box went, the ones that are missing?
I do not.
So we're in the prop truck and you have Starline brass, you have nickel primer, but they're not live, right?
Correct.
And you don't know when that box ended up getting to the prop truck, moved to the prop truck. You don't know any of that background, right?
Right.
You don't know if somebody placed that box with the handwriting on it into that Mary Kay bag, do you?
No.
And on the prop truck that housed all the ammunition, was there any live ammunition on the prop truck?
No.
So I want to ask you something, Investigator Popple. Did that surprise you?
No, not necessarily.
Well, you've got all this, you're finding these live rounds all over the set, right?
Yes.
Sort of seem to be a little bit of everywhere without much cohesion between where you're finding them, right?
Yes.
And they're housed originally in the prop truck, right?
Yes.
And so you go a week later to the prop truck, which has all the ammunition, right?
Yes.
And there's not a single live round there, right?
Correct.
Why did law enforcement wait a week to go to the prop truck?
The search warrant needed to be written. I'm not sure of why the time difference occurred exactly.
Okay. You, well, I mean, the search warrant for the church that we talked about on the 21st, you guys were able to do in one day, right? The same day that the incident happened, you did the search warrant on the church, right?
We did it the next day.
Well, you got the warrant on the 21st, you did it the 22nd. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Yes.
I apologize. So if you could do a search warrant in one day for one thing, why does it take 7 days to do a search warrant for something else?
I do not know the circumstances of why there was that time frame.
And so on direct examination, you pointed out that, and this is States 30. You said that these were the Seth Kenny dummies in the box, right?
Yes.
And you talked about that a bit on direct examination, right?
Correct.
And I think you were making a point that Seth Kenny's dummies look a little bit different than the live ammunition found on set. So perhaps there was a way to distinguish them. Was that the import of your testimony?
Yes.
But if you look at the picture of the Seth Kenny box as it's being opened, right? How many rounds are in there?
So there are 17.
So then how do you explain why there's more rounds in your picture of those dummies taken out of the box?
If I can
Ba, ba,
refer to my
ba.
report to refresh my memory.
It's fine with me, Ron.
Just remind everyone, this has nothing to do with Alec Baldwin pointing a real gun at Halyna Hutchins, cocking the hammer, and pulling the trigger without ensuring there isn't live ammo in the gun. That's what killed Halyna Hutchins.
It is Ron.
None of this matters if Alec Baldwin doesn't point a real gun at Halyna Hutchins, doesn't cock the hammer, doesn't pull the trigger,
Are you able to
or
refresh
checks
your
for live ammo.
Yes.
Do you have an explanation for that?
Yes. So I apologize. The photo that was just up of the 22 rounds were actually removed from a bandolier that was located inside of the prop truck.
Defense 826, right?
Yes.
And it has the exact number as the picture you showed the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, the real picture of the ammunition that comes out of Seth Kenny's box is this one, A27, right?
Yes.
And I saw you counting.
I just wanted to make sure the number of rounds.
Fair enough. No, I think that's a good way to that's how I figured it out. That's the right one, though, right?
Yes.
And there's something important about this picture, isn't there?
Yes.
Doesn't that Seth Kenny round look exactly like the live round?
Under a camera flash, I suppose it could.
Well, I don't know about suppose it could. I mean, we'll look at the shell casing, Exhibit 28. And we'll go back. A27. We can go back. States 28. Don't you think they look an awful lot alike?
They look similar, yes, but I can still see differences.
Well, I mean, you're a trained investigator, right?
I'm trained crime scene tech, yes.
Even more than an investigator or crime scene tech, right?
Correct.
You have your Nikon 700 flash in your camera, right?
Yes.
You have the opportunity to take this ammunition back to the precinct, lay it out, and photograph it, right?
Yes.
You have no reason to think anybody on the set of Rust was able to do that, do you?
No.
You turned in your report in this investigation. Hancock signed off on it, correct?
My supervisor signed off on my report.
Sergeant Zook?
At the time, yes.
So we're still on the topic of the ammunition, and you and law enforcement were
irrelevant
trying to
topic.
figure out the source of the live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
In fact, it was incumbent upon you to try to find the source, because if there were people sending live ammunition to movie sets, that would be very dangerous condition, wouldn't it be?
Yes.
And as you were going about your search, Seth Kenny actually walked into the precinct one day and gave you ammunition, right?
Yes.
Okay. You remember that, right?
I do.
That was Did you think Mr. Kenny was being helpful?
I believe so, yes.
I mean, were you suspicious at all of that?
That was not my place to be suspicious of him. I hadn't had much interaction with him.
Yeah, I mean, it may not have been your place to, but I'm just asking you if after this point, Seth Kenny, comes knocking on the precinct and shows you all some rounds, whether or not that
Asked and answered.
I don't believe it was.
Overruled.
I'm just asking whether it's your place to be or not. I'm just asking, when the man showed up and just presented ammunition to the precinct, did that make you suspicious at all?
No.
Well, let me ask you this. I bet it didn't surprise you that he didn't turn in the exact matching lethal ammunition, did it?
No, I wasn't surprised by that.
Okay. And so what he turned in, and now you have your report there if you need to refresh, but he walks into the precinct, and this is Seth County. Right. And he gives you two different types of shell casings or ammunition, right? He gives you Starline brass. He gives you spent shell casings, right?
Yes.
And those were Starline brass, nickel primer, but they weren't live, right? They had been shot and they were spent shell casings, right?
If I can refer to my report to refresh. I don't recall if any of them were Starline brass.
If you turn to the last page,
Is there a specific item number that you're referring to?
item
Even if Seth Kenny provided the live ammo,
Seth, I
that
think
would create legal
215.
liability for
You-
Seth
you were
Kenny.
gonna
It
be
doesn't
better
relieve
at,
Alec Baldwin of
determining
liability.
these reports than me.
Yes.
Okay. And he brought you, again, he also gave you live ammunition with nickel primers, but they weren't Starlight brass, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he just seems to have, he just missed sort of on what you were looking for, right?
Yes.
Because you were,
Yeah, objection to the form of question. She doesn't know what Seth Kinney's motives are.
No, I don't, I don't,
What he's
overruled.
I mean, you know that if Seth Kenny provided the live ammunition to the set, that's worse for Seth Kenny, right?
It's worse for whoever provided it. Yes.
I agree. So, but as members of law enforcement, you all know that the person who provided that would have a motive to not be found. True.
Yes.
So you headed to execute a search warrant at Seth Kenny's prop house, right?
Yes.
And a judge signed off on that search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Because you had probable cause to believe that there was live ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
And this was you and again, Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And yeah, I wanted to ask you, how come you executed the search warrant at night?
I don't recall.
And I wanted to ask you, how come Detective Kano waits outside?
I don't believe that Detective Kano was there the entirety of the search warrant.
So, well, while he was there, you know, do you know why? Do you have any information as to why he didn't come inside?
I do not.
Before you went on the search, you discussed it with Detective Hancock, correct?
Yes.
And just like the truck we talked about, you all had done nothing to secure this prop house while before you got the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury, how long did you wait to execute the search warrant at the prop house?
I don't recall.
Well, on direct examination, you knew the dates right away. Don't you remember? You nailed it.
Oh,
10/27, November 30th. Right?
I apologize. I thought you were asking from when it was written to when it was executed.
Oh, no, I apologize. Yes.
We executed the search warrant on November 30th.
Okay. So that was a month and a week at least, right? After the incident in question.
Yes.
And just like the truck, you're executing the search warrant, and who was there to help you?
Seth Kenny.
And your purpose was to find the matching ammunition, correct?
Our purpose was to locate any .45 caliber live ammunition.
Well, sure, but the ultimate investigation that you all were conducting was to try to solve the open question of how the lethal round got on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And You talked a little bit about this when we talked about the prop cart, how the disorganization of it could lead to commingling, right?
Yes.
How was the organization of the prop house?
Some things were organized and some were not.
Well, if you could give us a sense, did you find it to be more organized than the cart or less organized than the cart?
I would say they're probably about equal.
And you knew, did you not, that a dummy round can be turned into a live round and a live round can be turned into a dummy round, correct?
Yes.
So a person with spent shell casings or dummies, they could reuse them, correct?
Yes.
That would be economically efficient, right?
Yes.
And you knew as you enter this search that some of the ammunition on the set of Rust definitely came from Seth Kenny, right?
Yes.
He admitted that, right?
Correct.
There were invoices he didn't have much of a choice, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for tools that could be used to manufacture dummies and live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for a green ammo can, correct?
Yes.
You know, the white boxes that we keep looking at are, they look like each other, right?
Correct.
A green ammo can is a more unique item, fair?
Yes.
So why don't you tell the jury why you were looking for a green ammo can?
I don't recall specifically, other than at some point in time it had housed live rounds.
And law enforcement had that information at the time of going to a judge to get the search warrant and very much at the time that they were executing the warrant, right?
Yes.
And I don't want to belabor the white box conversation too much.
Yeah, of
But-
course not.
Other than, you have to find it too, on the white boxes that you found at the set, and at the white boxes that you saw a lot of at Seth Kenny's, there were these initials in the middle of the white box. It said JS. Right? I'll just show you A2. Yeah. Right, that you found at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And if we look inside of Seth Kenny's prop house, A18, you see very similar font and signage, correct?
Yes.
And as you continue on in your search, you understood Seth Kenny was a person of interest, correct?
Yes.
And this was an important moment in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you even found out that the day before Seth Kenny provided the dummies to Rust, he had in his possession live Starline brass nickel primer from 1883, correct?
I don't recall it being the day before, or having that information personally.
No one's mentioned
Well, so let's
1883
leave
yet.
the
Nobody
day
knows what that
before
is.
Right now, you knew and understood that Seth Kenny had recently been in possession of Starline brass nickel primer live, correct?
I don't know that it was that specific, just that he was in possession of live ammunition in a
Okay.
recent point.
Now, when you testified on direct examination, you told the jury about how you found some live ammo at the prop house, right?
Yes.
And how you took that live ammo and sent it to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you sent the live ammo from the set of Rust to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you're not an FBI agent, but what you told the jury was that when you compared the powder from the set of Rust's ammunition to Seth Kenny's live ammunition, they didn't look the same, right?
Correct.
And you testified previously. Well, let me just ask you, did you take all of the 45 live ammunition from PDQ into evidence?
Yes.
And did you search every single box inside of Seth Kenny's prop house?
Yes.
And because you did that, according, is this still, what is that? Did I do something? Or it just goes to sleep? Talking too much.
Like the jury.
And because you've told this jury now that you found every 45 live ammo there, correct?
Yes.
And that you searched every single box, correct?
Yes.
What you're telling this jury is they can be sure that if there was a live round on there that matched the set of rust, you would have found it, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at A19. Is that one of the rooms inside of the prop house?
Yes.
You see those boxes packed all the way to the ceiling?
Yes.
Did you all have a ladder or anything when you guys were searching?
No.
Okay. So can we agree that you didn't search the boxes at the top?
I believe they were taken down or at least looked into. It was not just myself searching.
Right. Well, we talked about it. It was Kana was outside. It was you and Hancock and Zook, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, tell the jury. I mean, did you or did you not search every single one of those boxes?
We searched the entirety of the property. Yes.
Well, what do you mean when you say that you searched the entirety of the property?
I mean, if a box is opened and it is clear that there's no ammunition in it, meaning if I open a box and it's all clothing and I look at the bottom of the box and it's all clothing, then we're not going to dump the box out on the floor and continue to shake it until rounds that aren't in there fall out.
But okay, sure. Were there any boxes like that?
There were a multitude of boxes.
Got it. So, are you telling this jury that you're on your oath that you searched every single box? And that's just all I wanted to know.
Are you telling
Not
this
me
jury?
personally. Our team reasonably searched the warehouse.
Okay, and I think we're getting closer to when you say reasonably searched. What do you mean by that?
I mean, how would you approach searching this kind of area?
You
Well,
don't
I
get
can
to
tell
ask
you that law
questions.
enforcement- I know from the movies. Okay.
Witness doesn't get to
I'm-
ask questions.
Well, why don't you tell me? What's a grid search?
A grid search is usually conducted outside, where you would reasonably set up in a way that you could grid an area and then search each section on that grid.
Okay, and well, why don't you tell me what would have been, if you wanted to be certain, the best way to search this room if you had unlimited resources and time?
I believe that when we searched this room, we divided the room in order for it to be searched,
Divided it how?
meaning myself took one section, Sergeant Zook took another section, Detective Hancock took another section.
Are you certain of that, or are you at best estimate that that's what your memory tells you?
I do not recall exactly how the room was searched.
Okay, and then let's say you open up a box with ammunition. How would you search an individual box?
It would depend on the box.
So tell me.
If we open a box and it's all 38s, we're not looking for 38s at that time, we're looking for 45s.
Okay. And so if you opened up a box and it was commingled rounds, how would you do it?
We would have to go through those rounds individually.
Right, and there were boxes like that here, right?
There were a few, yes.
Okay. And how many rooms were there inside of this location that had lots of boxes in them?
There was the back room that we see here. There was a front room that didn't have many boxes, and then a side room that had nicely organized boxes.
And what about the bathroom? Weren't there boxes and ammunition in the bathroom?
There were boxes in the bathroom, yes.
So 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
3 of you, 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
A20. What are we looking at here, Investigator Pablo?
This was a table that was located in the side room.
Okay. And what do you notice? I don't know why that arrow's there. What do you notice on this? It's probably because of me. What do you notice on this table of, thank you, sir. What's on this table? What is this?
There were plastic bags, tools, cleaning products, tape.
Okay. And as we talked about before, the search warrant told you to look for tools, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective Hancock spent some time in this room during the search, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you know what all these tools are? Do you have familiarity with these tools?
I'm not, no.
Okay. You don't know what they can be done. You don't know how they can be used with either firearms or ammunition, do you?
No.
Okay. So tell the members of the jury which of these tools you seized.
We do not take any tools from the warehouse.
When you were searching this area, did you have a schematic or a floor plan?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you go one room at a time or did you split up?
I don't recall.
Was there a predetermined plan of how to search this and to confirm that there were no further live bullets?
The predetermined plan was that I went in myself first and did overall photographs of everything in place, and then we conducted the search.
Did you do those letters like we saw in the prop truck so you could keep track of everything? Remember when we were looking in the church that there were those letters up so that you could sort of keep track and make sure you got everything? Did you use those letters?
No, I did not.
And of course, Seth Kenny was there and being helpful again, right?
Yes.
He told you that there were no 45 long Colts there and offered to show you the dummy rounds at one point. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember him saying, I bet you $1,000 there's no 45 long Colts in there?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And did he win the bet?
He did not.
He lost the bet. So he tells you that, and law enforcement continues, and you look in the bathroom and you found him, right?
Yes.
Let me ask you something. At any point, did you become suspicious of Seth Kenny?
No.
A21. You were able to find this container that says live ammo on it, right?
Yes.
And that was helpful to whoever wrote that to show you where the live ammo was, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's one of the reasons you looked in that bin. Somebody labeled it live, right?
Well, we were looking in all of those bins, yes.
Every single.
I believe there was camera equipment stacked on top of it.
Right.
And when they're opened and you see that it's camera equipment, we close it back up and went to the box on the bottom that stated there was live ammo in.
Doesn't this handwriting and label look kind of like that dummy round
Objection.
label we saw on the box that had that round you and I looked at? States 19.
Yes, it is similar, yes.
And that box that had the live rounds in it, there were a couple things that you found in PDQ. This handwriting is getting worse. Right? At PDQ, you found, and that's the prop house. That's the name of the prop house, right?
Yes.
Okay. You found, bless you, Starline Brass Live. No nickel. And you found Starline, you found nickel primer lives. No Starline Brass, right?
Correct.
Every time you were with Seth Kenny, you got close
Bum, bum,
to
bum.
finding something that matched the scene, Starline Brass, nickel primer live, but it was always one off, wasn't it?
Yes.
What nonsense.
And as you continued on your search, you found the green ammo can, right?
Yes.
And again, it was helpfully labeled, right?
Yes.
This
I believe it
giant
was
conspiracy that
behind
made
that
Alec
box.
Baldwin shoot Halyna
You
Hutchins.
weren't able to obviously see it.
I see. But it also had a helpful label on it, didn't it?
Yes.
It said empty, right?
Yes.
And it looks a lot like the handwriting in States 19 and the helpful handwriting at A21 that says live, right?
Yes.
And it was taking a long time to go through those boxes, wasn't it?
Yes,
And Detective Hancock was wearing her lapel camera, right?
I believe so, yes.
Have you reviewed that camera?
I have not.
You remember you and you said to Detective Hancock, this is taking a long time. We really need a spa day.
Objection relevance?
What's relevant?
The-
What's
the-
the relevance?
the relevance
Does it
is
have
they
any
didn't
more
see-
tendency to?
Sure.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you and Detective Hancock start joking around that it was going to take too long to search every box?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny it?
No,
And there were times in this search where you pick up a box and you just shake the whole box, right?
I don't recall that.
Can we play that video?
I'm confused. Is he refreshing or is he impeaching?
It doesn't matter. It's just a video. It's not a statement.
No, it does matter because she said she doesn't recall.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you deny you in parts of your search just picking up a box and shaking it to see if it shook or not? Do you deny that?
No,
And so, but if you shook an entire box to see if it had a rattle in it, you wouldn't be able to be sure whether or not every single live round, it was all live rounds or a commingled group, correct?
correct.
In fact, that's the entire basis of the case of what you believe the armor should have done. Commingled, live, and dummies, right?
Yes,
And yet at the search being conducted to find the source of the lethal round, law enforcement is doing the very same thing that you're complaining about the armorer doing on the set, right?
yes.
And when you left that search, you are not, as you sit here, sure you got every live round, are you?
No,
And actually, if you look at the boxes inside of that location, you didn't even search half of them. Did you?
I don't recall.
So then why on direct examination, if you do not recall, did the prosecutor ask you and you tell this jury that you were confirming that you searched and found every single live round? Why did you testify to that?
I found what I believe to be all the live rounds at the warehouse.
But that's not what you said. What you said was that you found every live round, right?
I don't recall the exact words that I stated.
Well, you certainly said that you searched every single box just 10 minutes ago in front of this jury, right?
I believe that a reasonable search was conducted of the warehouse.
An investigator, I understand you were prepped before you testified today, correct?
I spoke with the prosecution before I testified yesterday.
Okay. And the jury heard something about pre-trial interviews where you're interviewed and the defense can be there to watch you be interviewed, right?
Yes,
But every time you talk to the prosecutors, defense is not there, correct?
correct.
In fact, the vast majority of times you speak to the prosecutors, the defense is not there, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you and I had never met before today, or yesterday, I guess, correct?
Yes.
So
He's just coming across as a bully at
just
this
said-
point.
when you originally said that you searched every box, okay, that itself is not accurate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now what you're saying is that you did a reasonable search, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing that the search warrant asked you to take was the cameras and the camera equipment, the surveillance footage from PDQ, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay, I'm going to pass up the warrant to refresh your recollection. Well, do you recall that there was camera equipment there?
There was lots of camera equipment inside of the warehouse.
In fact, you remember Seth Kenny showed you the camera equipment, right?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay, I'm just going to mark this as defense Z and just approach just quickly.
I'm sorry, is that a still frame from your? Oh, yeah, sure.
Are you going to mark that? Or she's going to identify it and then you're going to,
I'm just going to see the refreshes. Does that refresh your recollection about the?
No, it doesn't.
Take it back. And I'm going to pass you the warrant and ask you, this is DX23, if this refreshes your recollection of if you were supposed to.
X23.
Yes.
What?
Yes, Your Honor, DX23. Oh.
I'm sorry, what?
I need to know.
No, we need to refresh.
It's just, I'm just to refresh, I can make it DX
So,
any number,
but why are we marking it?
Yeah,
It's
why are
just
we
being
marking
used to refresh.
then I will mark it.
Yes.
Unmarked.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not seeking to introduce this. I'm just simply asking, does this refresh your recollection that the warrant commanded you to take the video footage? Number 6.
She can refresh her memory without being directed.
Of surveillance footage, yes.
Okay. And so, can you tell the jury, did you take the surveillance footage?
No.
There wasn't any. That's a BS question. Right from my cousin Vinny.
You didn't take the surveillance footage, even though that footage could have shown when people came and left the prop house, correct?
I don't recall if there was surveillance footage.
And the photograph of Mr. Kenny showing the surveillance footage didn't refresh your memory?
No, because I'm standing in the foreground of that photo.
Okay, well, tell the members of the jury what you did to search for surveillance videos that satisfied you that you had complied with the warrant's order. Tell the jury.
I don't recall looking for surveillance footage.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And because you didn't, right?
I don't recall.
But if you did, it would be on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And so if it's not on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, you would agree with me it didn't happen, right?
Not precisely. They don't follow me around the entire time, and I don't wear a lapel, so it could have not been captured.
But you're not telling this jury that you looked for it, right?
I'm saying that I don't recall looking for it.
And if you had taken that footage, if any there were, right? You agree with me that it would have shown when people were coming and going from the prop house, potentially, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
It's a possibility you could have seen when the ammo can got there, right?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Sarah Zachary
All
picking up the
speculation.
ammunition, correct?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Seth Kenny disposing of ammunition in the 40 days between when the incident happened and when you arrived, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And there's one other thing that it would have shown, isn't there?
I don't know.
Well, it would have shown whether or not you all really searched the place, wouldn't it have?
Possibly, yes.
And so you didn't take it. You did not voucher any of the surveillance footage.
I do
correct?
not recall looking for the surveillance footage.
Well, again, I know that answer, but you know what you vouchered in this case, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You didn't take into your custody and add to the evidence any surveillance footage, correct?
No.
And you never spoke to any witnesses, you yourself, about what you found at PDQ later, did you?
No.
And you testified on direct examination that you did collect DNA, phones, prints, things like that in this case, right?
Yes.
And you got the armorer, the first assistant director, Dave Hall's, Sarah Zachary, and Alec Baldwin's phones, right?
I did not. I don't believe so.
You ultimately vouchered?
I would have to refer to my report. I don't believe I collected all of those things.
Okay. What about DNA extractions?
I did collect DNA swabs from certain individuals, yes.
Okay. Including Halyna Gutierrez-Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary, Alec Baldwin?
Not Alec Baldwin, but the rest.
Okay. And what about prints? Fingerprints?
Yes,
From Halyna Gutierrez-Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary?
yes.
Okay. Did you take the cell phone of Seth Kennedy?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you take the prints of Seth Kennedy?
No.
Did you take the DNA of Seth Kennedy?
No.
What difference would any of that have made?
Everything that you did take into your custody, in law enforcement's custody in this case, is in your supplemental report. Is that fair?
Yes,
And most importantly of all, it's your testimony you never were able to discover the source of the live ammunition, correct?
I don't believe that's in my supplemental report. I'm not sure how you're phrasing that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. I'm asking you. When we started, we were talking about solving this question of how a live round got in a movie set. Remember that?
Yes,
Okay, so I'm asking you, this trying to solve that question, did you ever solve it?
I do not have any physical evidence to show where the live rounds originated from.
And I was asking you questions earlier about how come the search happened at night, right?
Yes,
Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why Detective Cano stood outside?
I don't recall.
Isn't the truth that you were just trying to get this over with so that the prosecutors could focus on Alec Baldwin?
No,
The conspiracy. What does that have to do with Baldwin pointing
You
the gun?
personally believe Alec Baldwin committed no crime. Isn't that the truth?
no,
Your Honor, please, can we approach?
First of all, that would call for a legal conclusion.
Don't do that. I'm going to strike that question, okay? I'm going to strike the question. You're going to disregard it, okay, and the answer.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin brought a live round onto set, correct?
correct.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin loaded that live round into that gun, right?
Correct.
And after this, and you turn to the next chapter of this case, is when the order came from you all, meaning you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, to order the testing on the firearm, right?
I'm sorry, can you
Sure.
repeat that?
Wasn't a good question. As this case moved forward, after what we just discussed, you, Detective Hancock and the prosecutors, made the request to the FBI to order the accidental discharge test, right?
I don't recall when that request was made exactly.
Well, forget exactly when it was made. Do you have any general recollection?
I don't.
Okay. Are you testifying that you don't know whether it was after the PDQ search?
I don't recall.
And at that time, when that test was ordered, you knew that Mr. Baldwin had told you that he had just pulled the hammer of the gun and not the trigger, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to refresh your recollection.
It's that second part and not the trigger. He told her, I cocked the hammer. He didn't say, I didn't pull the trigger. To her,
And while I'm doing that,
I believe. is
you
what we
did
see.
assist in the taking of the firearm withdrawal. You were involved in the requests coming from the team, right? I'm referring to you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, right? You understand when I say team, what I mean?
Yes,
Okay. You were involved in the request from the team to the FBI about what tests to order throughout this case. Isn't that true?
yes,
And these were very much group decisions that you made. Of what you would test, fair?
yes,
And everywhere in this case that you went, Detective Hancock went, right?
yes,
So when you were at the church, the day that it happened, Detective Hancock was there, right?
yes,
And then, when you were at the truck search, she was there, right?
Yes.
In the precinct with Seth Kennedy, she was there, right?
Yes.
At the PDQ search, she was there, right?
Yes.
And every time something happened in this case, you all would meet with the prosecutors to keep them updated, correct?
Occasionally, yes.
Well, when you say occasionally, Investigator Popple, what do you mean by occasionally?
I mean that I was not always in direct contact with them about every single thing that would occur.
I'm going to approach and show the witness. Yeah, she has a copy.
Well, she doesn't know.
Page you're looking at, I don't know what line you're looking at. You told me I have a copy. I'm assuming it's the previous transcript.
It is. Again,
Page
it's
and line, please.
Page and line, please.
the body worn
Page and
camera
line,
and
please.
2121.
Page and line, please.
Page 3, line 1.
Same objection, Your Honor.
What is it?
Ms. Popple is not Ms. Popple is not in this transcript.
She
Well,
was there.
he's what are you doing? Asking her to refresh her memory?
She was there. I'm asking if it refreshes her recollection.
All right. Overruled.
Does that refresh your recollection about what Mr. Baldwin told you at the scene?
Not particularly.
Okay. Would it be helpful if you saw the video from the lapel camera of you and Mr. Baldwin at the scene and listened to it? Would that be helpful?
No.
That wouldn't be helpful to you, Investigator Bob?
I'm not denying that these statements were made, but I do not recall all of the information that was being stated at that time.
I understand that, but you're here to do your best, right?
Yes.
And you want to be fair to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
So you don't know that if I show you the video of you at the scene, it won't refresh your recollection?
Argumentative. So I think what the video is going to say, the way he's been phrasing this throughout his questioning of Popple, it sounds to me as if Baldwin told her, I cocked a hammer. Period. He wants to interpret that as Baldwin saying, I cocked a hammer but did not press the trigger. I don't believe that Baldwin told Popple, I did not press the trigger. I think he's inferring that from its absence. I may be wrong about that if the evidence proves me wrong, but I think that's the trick he's trying to pull. He didn't say I pulled the trigger, therefore it means he didn't pull the trigger.
Investigator Popple, are you willing to watch the body-worn camera, the lapel, from 1021 to refresh your recollection at a break?
Yes.
Yeah. And you would agree with me, it may refresh your recollection, sure?
Yes.
Okay. And whatever information you had from Mr. Baldwin at the time, well, let me ask you this. Withdrawn. Did you tell Mr. Baldwin, don't worry, we're going to find the source of the live ammunition, or words to that effect?
I don't recall stating that.
You don't deny it, though, do you?
No.
You and the team end up ordering the accidental discharge test, I think you call it the drop test, on the firearm in question, right?
Yes.
And when you all ordered that test, the FBI told you that this test may very well destroy the gun, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay, well, let's, I can't put anything on her screen. So I think you guys can do that.
FBI would not have said destroy.
I'm going to show you an email in a minute. But you do agree with me that you were involved in the team's decision to send that firearm off to the FBI for that testing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That firearm that you told me earlier in my examination was something that you were entrusted to keep track of and to protect, right?
Yes.
A piece of evidence that you knew was critical in this case, correct?
Yes.
And the FBI told you in no uncertain terms that if they do this test on the firearm, it would alter the condition of the firearm, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
Now it's alter instead of destroyed. Every time you manipulate anything, you alter it.
We're going to pass up an email to you because I can't show you on the screen, I don't think. You can? Okay. We can show you on the screen, apparently. As I understand.
Is there a reason you can't just walk up and just
Well,
do
I-
You
it?
can find it. Listen, you can look at it too. So just come up here before,
I have it, right? Okay, we have it.
they have it.
Are we doing it?
Was it altered? Was it modified? Or was it destroyed?
It's-
Bum, bum,
Yeah,
bum.
there's
I'm just glad that when I broke my ankle last year, I didn't destroy it.
I've reviewed this. Okay, can I have a second?
Yes.
Previously, he said you knew the FBI test would destroy the gun. Now he's saying, didn't the FBI tell you that it may damage the gun?
What's the portion that you expect to refresh?
That it would alter the condition?
It's on the email.
Yeah, but what is the portion of the email that you expect to request to refresh your memory?
Do you all want to be on the recording for this? Let's just,
Point out to me how this is
Well,
supposed to
first of
refresh
all,
your memory.
just, if she can look at the whole document and see if it refreshes her memory,
That's
okay?
exactly what I was
Move
going to
on.
do.
The judge is getting hangry.
And you see your email address on that email?
Yes, I do.
We'll let her, see if she can refresh her
Oh,
memory.
of course, I just wanted to point out her email.
Okay.
None of this has anything to do with Alec Baldwin pointing what he knew to be a real gun at Halyna Hutchins, cocking the hammer, pulling the trigger, and killing her with it because he didn't ensure there was no live ammo in the gun. That's the lack of handling a firearm with due care and circumspection, due caution and circumspection, and or misdemeanor negligent handling
Does
of a
that
firearm.
refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Take it back. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is true, right? You're on this email, correct?
Yes.
And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct?
Yes.
I apologize. I think I've been handed the wrong thing. Can we approach?
You can have my copy. I'll take yours then.
Hang on. We need to approach. May we approach?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did Carrie Morrissey catch the defense giving her something that was not actually what they were going to question the witness about? She looks pissed. Your Honor, they're violating their duty of honesty to this court. Oh, judge wants to see it. Your Honor, these are not the same things. These are not the same things. Look at the judge. Look at her eyeballs. How funny. This is you don't want. This is not the mother you want catching you sneaking out of her teenage daughter's bedroom. She's gonna break for lunch, I bet. It's 11:45 local time. I bet she's gonna break for lunch so she can yell at these attorneys outside the presence of the jury. He's like, "Hey, man, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't know that was your sister." He's like, he's like, I didn't know. I didn't know. Your Honor, I had no idea. She showed me a driver's license. I didn't know that was her mother's driver's license.
Sorry for the interruption. I'm going to ask the court reporter to read back the exact same question. Please.
And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search. Oh, I'm so sorry. And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct? Yes.
And that was truthful testimony and accurate testimony that you just gave, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you sent it to the FBI for accidental discharge testing, which I believe you discussed on your direct examination, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time you did that, you knew that the testing would cause this firearm.
Sorry.
He's being so so misleading here. He wants to say that you knew the FBI testing would destroy the gun, or may destroy the gun, or would alter the condition, or may alter the condition. He wants to conflate all these different states of being so that they're all the same.
At the time that this testing was ordered, you knew that the firearm would no longer be in the same physical condition you recovered it in, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a break. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take our lunch break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court, and please don't come back until 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2.
Oh, we get a long lunch break today. Oh, they decided this 40 minutes ago. I could have
All right,
gone to jujitsu. Oh, well. So YouTube and Rumble, if you want comments and questions answered, I'll do those before we break for lunch. They need to be $10 super chats or Rumble rants, or become a law self-defense member for only 99 cents. I'm watching the court here to see if anything happens, but I don't expect anything to happen. lawselfdefense.com/trial gets you a 99-cent 2-week trial. Get all your questions and comments. Judge calling everyone to the bench. Of course, we're not going to hear that. The jury's out. Okay. Close that. Or become a law self-defense member and get all your questions and comments answered for free. Also, while we're on the break, I'll just remind all of you, this Sunday, we are doing a big recap show. It will not be streamed on YouTube or Rumble or X or even as a law of self-defense member stream, it is being run as a webinar. It is 100% free, 100% free. Doesn't cost a penny. But I want to be able to do things on the show that I get in trouble for on social media. Or I would get in trouble for on social media. So it's not on social media. It's on our own webinar platform, but we only have 500 seats. We're going to do a recap of the trial through the week. I'll talk about the jury instructions that were just filed by the parties, because I think a lot of the action here is going to depend on those jury instructions. Literally the instructions the jury gets that determines the outcome in this case. My buddy Adam Baldwin, not Alec, Adam Baldwin will be there. He's got decades of experience on movie sets, Full Metal Jacket, Independence Day, The Patriot, Firefly, Serenity, The Last Ship, Chuck, much, much more. Lots of experience handling guns on movie sets. He's going to share that expertise with us. And then we're going to have a more than $10,000 prize giveaway for a lucky winner. All of that this Sunday afternoon, but you have to register. Registration is free, but you have to register at lawofselfdefense.com/recap. And it's first come, first served, folks. Grab your seat, lawofselfdefense.com/trial recap, or scan that QR code on the screen. Once the seats are gone, they're gone. So I would encourage you to grab yours. It's 5 p.m. Eastern time, 2 p.m. Pacific time, for all of this great fun. When you go there, lawofselfdefense.com/trial recap, you'll come to this page here and you'll see the big blue button, register my 100% free spot now. Just click on that, sign up so we can get you your credentials for accessing the content of today's show. So that's what you want to do for Sunday, July 14th, that recap of the trial coverage. All right. So let's take a look first at the Law of Self-Defense member chat. And my lunch just got delivered. Thank you very much, Emily. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, the defense lawyer wants to talk about the bullet because he wants to pretend that where the bullet came from and why it wasn't detected in the gun is somehow the elements of the crime here that his client is being defended against. There's nothing about the criminal charge in this case that has anything to do about where the bullet came from or why it wasn't detected in the gun. That's not the facts. The alleged facts that predicate these criminal charges: involuntary manslaughter for criminal negligent, premised on criminal negligent handling of a gun, an unlawful act, a separate New Mexico statute, criminal statute, or involuntary manslaughter premised on a failure to use due caution and circumspection in the handling of the gun. Alternative theories of involuntary manslaughter. And New Mexico law doesn't care about where the bullet came from. Where is it? I thought I pulled it up here earlier. Darn it. Let's see. Here. This is a New Mexico Supreme Court decision, State v. Gilliam. What do they that it was an involuntary manslaughter with a gun case, and everybody always claims, wait, it's not my fault. Sure, I pointed the gun at Halyna Hutchins directly at her. Sure, I cocked the hammer. Sure, I pulled the trigger, but I didn't know the gun was loaded. What does the New Mexico Supreme Court have to say about that? It has this to say. It could have made no difference to the trial of a charge of involuntary manslaughter as to who loaded the gun. They don't care. All that is necessary to establish for involuntary manslaughter by the use of a loaded firearm is that a defendant had in his hands a gun which at some time had been loaded. Not by him, doesn't matter when, which at some time had been loaded, and that he handled it without due caution and circumspection, and that death resulted. Does it matter where the bullet came from? Does it matter who put it in the gun? Does it matter Why it wasn't detected by the first assistant director? Not for purposes of Alec Baldwin's criminal liability. All that is necessary to establish for involuntary manslaughter by the use of a loaded firearm is that a defendant had in his hands a gun which at some time had been loaded and that he handled it without due caution and circumspection, and that death resulted. That is involuntary manslaughter. Those are the facts that we have before us today. Let's see. All right, let's get to some of the questions here from the members. It looks like I... The odds are usually stacked in favor of the state. Well, certainly the resources are usually stacked in favor of the states. Whether the odds are is a different question. That largely depends on, what did you do? Did you manage the facts appropriately? I mean, you can't control everything, but there's a lot you can control. That's why we teach all the stuff we teach here at Law of Self-Defense. So you give your lawyer good facts. Let's see. Yeah, and lots of mention in the comments about our Law of Self-Defense Platinum members. One of the things we'll be giving away on Sunday, by the way, is a Platinum membership. And if you win and you already have one, we'll let you designate somebody else to receive it. Our Law of Self-Defense Platinum member is the only way to have me available to serve on your legal team, to consult on your legal defense if you're involved in a use of force event. We do not take outside consults anymore. If you're a Platinum member, you get that legal consult for free. Doesn't cost you anything. When we took outside consults, it was a minimum of $10,000 for us to consult on the case. Now you can't get it at any price if you're not a Platinum member. I'm not available. I have too many other things to do. And if you're a Platinum member, you get it for free. So something to think about. You might want to consider becoming a Platinum member. It can be useful. Let's see if I got a sticker here. lawofselfdefense.com/platinum. You can learn more about that. All right. A lot of the members in the members chat are Platinum members, of course. By the way, another Platinum member is my buddy, Adam Baldwin, is a Platinum member of Law of Self-Defense. And he'll be, of course, joining us on Sunday for our trial recap. Grab your seat. It's a webinar. You have to have a seat to be able to log in. It's free, but you have to register at lawofselfdefense.com/trial recap. All right, let's see. It seems like the defense is trying to work like what there's a big conspiracy. Marissa Popple, crime scene tech, has it out for Alec Baldwin. Corporal Alexandra Hooters Hancock has it out for Alec Baldwin. Detective Cano, Sergeant Zook, the prosecutors, they just personally don't like Alec Baldwin. It's got nothing to do with the fact that Alec Baldwin pointed what he knew to be a real gun at another human being, cocked the hammer and pressed the trigger without ensuring there was no live ammo in the gun and killed a woman. This is not the involuntary manslaughter you are looking for. And of course, the defense is burning a lot of time here, a lot of the state's time. But this kind of behavior by the defense is not. So the judge was kind of waffling. The defense had offered to do their side of the case in 2 days. And the judge said, "Oh, no kidding. Well, then you get 2 days." And the state gets 6. Maybe I'll give you 3 days, defense. This is not how you get the extra day if you're the defense, is by burning time like this on irrelevant matters. Let's see. People are having a lot of fun in the chat, but there are a lot of talking to each other, which is fine. I encourage it. Let's see. I wonder if any of the Alec Baldwin PR propaganda team are going to become Law of Self-Defense members, just so they can they can do their PR propaganda work in the law self-defense member chat. That would be funny. I wish I could see the facial expressions of the jury. Let's see. A lot of this ridiculous stuff the defense is doing does kind of fall to the responsibility of the state to address in redirect. And Carrie Morrissey's smart enough to do that. So I'm looking forward to redirect. I mean, Carrie Morrissey destroyed the defense on redirect on LaFleur when the defense got up there with LaFleur, the young officer, the first state witness, pulled up the CAD report, the transcript of the radio calls, computer messages in the patrol car, and the defense was like, does it say accident here, accident here, accident here, accident here? And the witness is going, yeah, it says accident in all those places. And then on redirect, Carrie Morrissey gets up with the CAD report and saying, do any of these refer to the shooting of Halyna Hutchins? Nope. But she went through every one. It was like 15 of them. Oh my God. It was, she beat the defense dead on that redirect. So I'm looking forward to this redirect. Let's see. Comment, law self-defense member John says, I believe Baldwin's defense has made the strategic decision to give up their day to the prosecution, that potential third day, and to use up as much of the prosecution's time as possible on cross to, in effect, get as much time as possible. They're pushing the line as far as the judge will allow. We'll see. We'll see. The judges, I would say the judge is being fairly permissive with the defense. Law self-defense member Zach says, I can't imagine trying to defend myself in court in a self-defense situation without Branca's legal expertise. I can tell you it's helpful. It's very helpful. Most of the time, you end up not having to go to trial. Most of the time, we get the charges dismissed outright, or we get our client put into a deferment program so they don't have to go to trial, which saves you hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal expenses. So I can tell you the cases we consult on, the lead counsel in those cases, the clients tell us that when we would take outside consults, $10,000 minimum, they would tell us it was worth every penny. Now all you have to do is be a platinum member and you get it for free. All right, so that's all the member. Let me check out super chats. It looks like a couple from Gunner. Let me see. Gunner. 107 Norwegian kroner. I guess he did the calculation for 10 US dollars. Thank you very much, Gunner. He says, did you search the septic tank for ammunition? What about in the toilet cistern? Did you take apart every piece of furniture? Did you run every chair leg through a wood chipper to see if there was cocaine in it? That was very much the tone of the cross-examination of poor Marissa Popple. Another sleight of hand. So, these are props for a movie set, right? It's props. And Seth Kenney, being involved in the movie industry, has lots of camera equipment in his warehouse. In boxes. Those are not surveillance cameras. There was no reason to take video footage from there, but the defense tries to conflate the cameras in boxes from what would have been surveillance cameras. Gunner again, did you demolish the building with a floor plan to look for priest holes and any dummy rounds hiding from the Nazis? Well put, Gunner. Let me take a look and see if there's any Rumble rants. So, folks, when I look for Rumble rants, I'm just going through the Rumble chat and looking for something that's color-coded, right? Is that all I need to do? Like YouTube color codes, super chats in the comments, because that's all I'm looking for. Wait a minute. Did that change anything? Okay. Destroyed the gun. Oh, I do see a question here I will address, even though it's not a Rumble rant. Pam asks, "Hey Branca, have you considered providing couples or household platinum memberships?" Yeah, we've always provided spouse coverage for a modest additional, very small additional fee. Spouse or significant other. It doesn't, it's 2024, I guess. What we have not done in the past is allow coverage for like siblings or children. And we are changing that policy moving forward. I don't think we've made an announcement yet, but we're expanding the scope of family that someone can get a platinum membership for, or can get covered under their platinum membership, to put it more accurately, so that everybody in the family doesn't have to pay the full cost of a platinum membership. Essentially, what we're doing is we're imputing to other family members the soundness of the original platinum member, if that makes sense. So that is a policy change we're making this year. I think we have a formal announcement maybe next month. I forget, but so you guys got the spoiler early. All right, I don't see anything that looks like a Rumble rant. So what I'm going to do then, folks, is I'm going to remind you all again, sign up for our webinar and on Sunday, completely free, but you do need to grab a seat. And we're doing it as a webinar because I want to be able to do things and talk about things that might get me in trouble on YouTube or social media. I just don't want to have to worry about those constraints. So we set it up as a webinar, completely free, but you do need to register a seat. 500 seats, folks, and there's 1,600 people watching right now. So first come, first served. If Sunday afternoons of interest for our recap, chat with Adam Baldwin. We'll do some Q&A as well, and the possibility to win. Someone's going to win a $10,000 prize on Sunday afternoon. Could be you, but you do have to be there. Register for that seat, free seat, at lawselfdefense.com/trial recap. So at this point, I'm going to wrap up the morning show, day 2, part 1. And the judge said be back at 2. So I'll probably start up the afternoon show at about 1:45 or 1:50, probably 1:50. We'll be live streaming again for day 2, part 2. And then this evening around 6 p.m. Mountain Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I'll do probably a roughly an hour-long recap of the entire day as a third live stream of the day. So with that all said, until we meet after lunch, again, I forget time zones, 1:45 Mountain Time, so 3:45 Eastern Time is when I'll start up the afternoon live stream for live coverage of this trial. Until then, I remain Attorney Andrew Branca for the Law of Self-Defense. Stay safe.